Hey everybody, this is Rydo and we're back to video game news. Today is Friday, December 19th, 2025. Might as well keep saying the year in these recordings just because they may be seen later. I'm in the middle of a transition period, but I've made some good progress. I moved a TV stand, for lack of a better term, that has a TV mounted on it into my room, so I am now literally facing the 180-degree opposite direction of what I was facing before, looking at a 65-inch TV, which is frankly too big for the 3.5 feet I would estimate I'm away from it, to the point where I have to actively think and move my head and move my eyes to see the left side and the right side of the screen. Just frankly too big. And it's an old TV, so it has some major problems in that it's only 1080p at that resolution. It really needs to be 4K at minimum, I would say. And I do have a 4K TV, I just haven't set it up yet, unboxed it, and all of that. Because it's an older TV, it also doesn't have any overscan set up. So a big portion of the pixels, generally the safe zone of overscan is 5 to 10% of your pixels. So out of that 1080 pixels going in height, 70 only 1070 might be visible. There might be 5 pixels at the bottom, 5 pixels at the top that you wouldn't see out of the 1920 going along the width of it. Yeah, you would roughly have a decent, yeah, it's more than that. It's a order of magnitude higher than that, isn't it? It's 10% of 1080 would be 180 pixels that you could lose. That's a lot of pixels, frankly, from the old days of it playing things at like 640 by 480. That's a lot of pixels you can lose, and yeah, that would make a lot of sense. So I can only see like the top half of my start bar right now as the main thing. I cannot see several pixels at the top of the Firefox browser, and I'm sure on the left and right side several things are being cut off because they're just behind the bezel, the plastic part. It's just not aligned, and it's not adjustable on the TV. You can adjust it in the NVIDIA control app, but then it changes the resolution and makes everything way worse, because then you're not actually sending 1080p out to the rest of the monitor. So I'm in this weird position where, with the TV being this big, I don't even need to wear my glasses now. I like, one solution for failing eyesight or deteriorating eyesight certainly is to get a bigger monitor. But the problem there is that my secondary monitor, which I've also moved, is still small. So I can't read that. So inherently I would have to actually swap between putting on the glasses, taking off the glasses. I don't think the glasses would help in any way. Looking at the monitor here. Yeah, let me see. It doesn't really hurt either, which, yeah, so there may not be a problem. Let me just adjust here, and getting the glasses and my headphones on is tough because I have over-the-ear headphones. So yeah, but my third monitor is 180 degrees behind me, so I literally can't see that at all. So yeah, I'm in this middle transition. It was a lot of work that I just powered through, but like almost every project I try to do, I run into some sacrifice being required by some weird coincidence. And so I knocked over a lamp and broke a whole bunch of glass on my carpet. So I am a lamp down now, although I might have replacement glass pieces from various like ceiling fans that I've gotten rid of recently, but maybe not, because the hole in the glass for the lamp was bigger than the hole you tend to have in ceiling lamps. So I'll see if I can do something with that, otherwise I'm going to toss that. Plus, since I have this recliner I'm sitting on, the pleather on it has deteriorated terribly, and whenever I move it there's just a massive amount of junk, and I had an electric sweeper that swept up so much junk that the motor burnt out. None of that has anything really to do with video games. I was able to make a little bit more progress in Balatro, even though I technically have already ended that series. I did make a test video showing off the new plasma deck that I unlocked, which is the second to last deck to unlock. There still would be a ton of stuff. We're scrolling down the SteamDB 24-hour peak concurrent element here. Yeah. And what else have I been doing? Well, yesterday in particular was a terrible day for just like GERD / acid reflux / heartburn, just all day. The thing is, in particular, that I've been cleaning and decluttering a house for over a year now, and slightly over a year now, really, maybe a little less than that, but I haven't had my kitchen table cleared for that whole time, so I have been lying in bed eating, and frankly I have probably done too much of that in my past anyways. And so lying down immediately after eating, lying down while eating, all terrible ideas. Didn't drink a lot of water yesterday either. Perhaps I drink a little too much acidic juice, which is also bad for heartburn. And yeah, very specifically I can feel it. It kind of feels like it's almost in your lungs, this pain every time I have any gassiness, burping happening, and there's a lot of burping happening. Part of the problem there probably yesterday too is I wasn't really eating that much. And I'm sure physical activity didn't help it either. But yeah, it is weird. What I have done here is I've created a bigger empty space in the middle of my room now, which, I mean, there's so much room for activities now, and none of which I'd actually do. But yeah, the thing I realized earlier today that was I really needed a table, a side table, so I moved one that is on wheels and can go under a bed. It's a TV tray type thing, and so that can move around a little bit more. But yeah, I didn't really have a place to put where I felt I wanted to put water, because directly to the right of me now is my bookshelves, where they were to the left of me before, much closer, and the temptation certainly is going to be that that I just put something on the bookshelves right next to all my anime, and if it was water I would almost certainly spill it, eventually creating a huge disaster that I'm just going to wholeheartedly avoid. But yeah, I think this is probably a slightly better use of the space, although it is weird. Effectively, I'm going to have a computer station with a really big TV in one corner, and then diagonally opposite of that I'm going to have probably my old computer station. And I guess if I was synergizing with somebody and working with somebody, that might work, but I'm not. And frankly, still, it's all in a bedroom with a bed in the middle of it, and that's not a very professional environment. Certainly, it's not an acceptable environment for a professional environment at all. Yes. So yeah, but really the only reason I'm even putting the computer in the diagonal corner is just because I don't really have a great idea of what else to do with the computer at the moment. More likely it'll become more of a project station type thing and less of computer stuff, more of soldering and things like that, which I don't actually do enough to justify existing. But yeah, may very well have a bit of a false start here, in that I probably am gonna have to take a bathroom break very quickly. I noticed also at some point in changing all my visual settings, everything was getting scaled up at like 150% on the dots per inch, and that's just not really necessary here. Although maybe it would help even now. So the zoom on a lot of these pages is not so much an issue. One of the things is having the computer behind me is I can hear the computer fan much louder, but I don't think my microphone's picking it up. It's, I think, locked down pretty good to avoid room tone noise. So, but yeah, previously the microphone was had a bunch of noise filters to prevent noise behind the microphone from being picked up, and the computer was behind it. And yeah, there definitely is an argument that my new computer should just be in front of me and not running around the room. Although there is also a possibility of the old computer being a capture computer. I've never really felt like that was particularly necessary. I just don't think I'm going to push the graphics so hard that my new computer would be exclusively devoted to playing a game, with the old computer being exclusively devoted to recording and streaming a game. Although I can see the general thought that that might be advantageous overall. I don't know if it really is that advantageous. And certainly it's a power suck, to say the least. Again, well, I guess I haven't said it in this stream, but I very much recommend that all monitors and all computers be on the same outlet, on the same circuit, basically. So I have like a power extension cord for the TVs going across the room, so that the computer and the TVs are all coming from the same power UPS battery backup. Not just for battery backup reasons, but specifically so everything is in phase and you don't have any kind of conflicting grounds or anything like that. Any kind of weirdness happening there. For that reason, if you were going to have a dedicated streaming box, it's going to be something I would want plugged into the same outlet, at which point, yeah, and it's supposed to be 1500 watts at most. Two computers could easily go over 1500 watts. Yeah. And I could see maybe if you had a steam machine that's going to be a lower powered thing, and then a dedicated streaming device. Maybe that would be fine. If you have two computers that only have 500 watts or 750 watt power supplies, the 750 watts is pushing it, but it's not that much pushing it. But if you have one that's 800 watts or 1000 watts or higher, then yeah, easily the computers would go over each other. Oh, I am also still going to be working on the Steam replay. I want to edit out some things with uBlock Origin, such as Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel, to make a better image of what it really would look like. And then I think I'll post that as just a screenshot on my YouTube page. I don't think I'm going to make a video around it, and I'm not going to directly link to the Steam replay. So that's another project I'll want to work on. My next step is unboxing the 4K monitor and getting that going. Although, weirdly, I may have a problem there in that I unbox the 4K monitor and the big TV is in the way, because I want this 4K monitor to be on the middle shelf, I suppose is what you would call it, for this TV mount, whereas this 65-inch TV is on the top shelf, for lack of a better description. It's actually wall mounted effectively to the unit, is how it works. Yeah, that's gonna be a hassle, to say the least. I may have to seek out the assistance of a neighbor just to move this TV. It's a 65 inches, definitely a heavier TV. And eventually I'll put the 65-inch on the wall 180 degrees from where I'm looking and replace a smaller, older TV. Yep. Then we've got the Steam sale thing going on, which the longer I can distract myself from the Steam sale, probably the better. There's been several little things I've picked up already from Amazon in the past few days, as far as just cleaning and things needed. I was going to get a new electric push sweeper, but I mean, once I get my house clean, my electric robot should be doing most of that, and I have a vacuum cleaner, so do I really need a push sweeper on top of a push vacuum cleaner and a Roomba style, well, it's actually SwitchBot mopper vacuum cleaner. So instead what I got was a pet hair scraper silicone brush, which, yeah, there is a lot of hair, I won't say from what, that is fallen to the floor, and so I figured that would be better for that thing, and for broken glass that's probably a better thing to use, and that's the two things that sweepers was really being used for. I do have almost a crazy level of hoarding that I do as far as keeping the handles of push devices, brooms and things. If they screw off, I'm not going to break a handle off just to keep it, but I keep them and not really have a good reason to keep them. Still playing Pokemon TCG. Their new pack is out with very little fanfare. Doesn't seem like they're really doing anything new there at all. Still playing Memento Mori. They've got their Christmas-like event going on. And still kind of playing Magica Modica. Modica Magica, Magi, etc. But not really doing too much there. I'm also debating about when I should order groceries, with Christmas being around this time. Which, yeah, that'll be a thing. We now know that hardware sales were terrible for November, so that's a little unsurprising now. My chart is back to being where it is. And yeah, I'll try and see if I can push myself to actually schedule videos before I start playing another game, but more than likely my lack of self-control is going to just end up having me play a new game. I wonder if there's a way that I could hide this game. That would probably be better. Yeah, hide my stats on that. That's something I should think about. And yeah, we'll go to the winter sale and look at the winter sale after my first break. So yeah, I'll be right back. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Yeah, everything is quite a mess right now. So yeah, the Steam Winter Sale is now through January 5th, which I guess is a great way to just push things off. There are, I think, some desperation sales starting to happen now, where you're seeing Christmas lights and things like that going on sale that won't be delivered by the time Christmas happens, and are, frankly, even if they were delivered tomorrow, past the point of a point where most people would install Christmas lights. Now is really the time to buy Christmas lights for next year, if you are thinking you're going to have money for that, because they put those types of things in cold storage for some reason. Yeah, you would think that sometime in like April or something there'd be a huge bunch of sales for Christmas lights, but no, they apparently have some storage facility somewhere where they can push those things way to the back and ignore them for a year without it being a big deal, or they can straight up just shut down that storage facility and it just be a box with no employees and no electricity, so it's just cheap enough to save. I wouldn't be surprised if nowadays LED factories are making like LED strip lights for like TV backlights or something else throughout the rest of the year, or if they just, I mean, you really can't shut down a facility like that. So yeah, it'll be a special extra bit of work that I don't think I'll really show off, and then I'll go through my entire wish list and just see what is on sale, which is a very large wish list in particular. So yeah, there is an element there that I could make a decent amount of stuff to buy, and then I can put it off till the 5th so that it's not all in one monthly's credit card bill. So Game Grumps playing this game and getting very quickly addicted to the gambling aspect of it. Which, yeah, having now played Balatro, I'm not sure I really would be too interested in playing something like Clover Pit, just because I'm not that into poker. I'm not that into slot machines, so Ball X Pit really is the game that I think would probably work better for me if I was going to play some Balatro inspired thing, although the word games that have come out also are good arguments. Are we going to see anything particularly new or exciting here? Dead Island 2, they just announced that they were working on Dead Island 3, that it's in development, although remember, Dead Island 2 took forever to be developed. I don't think I'd want to play Slay the Spiral. I did want to play this Maneater game, and at $4, it's now at a reasonable price point for what it was. You can get Steam gift cards, which knows it's dollars, euros, and yen. And then we can cast our votes in the Steam Awards, which I think we've already done that, haven't we? Yeah. Didn't we do this? No, we didn't. What happened was I was able to click on the link before they updated the website. They were updating the website in a poor fashion where they changed one part of the website before they changed the other. So the link was live to go to the Game of the Year. Steam Awards is what they're calling it. but it really just by default, since the file was not up yet, was taking me to the 2024 listings. So yeah, let's quickly, I guess, go through our votes here. Let's see, Game of the Year awards. Hollow Knight Silksong, probably too hard. Kingdom Come Deliverance 2, I don't know anything about. Arc Raiders is going to get a lot of votes. Expedition 33 is going to get a lot of votes. And Dispatch is going to get less votes. So I think as a fan of the underdog, I'll just go with Dispatch. Clair Obscur has gotten enough awards already from the Game Awards. VR Game of the Year award. Options are a game I don't know, a game I don't know, a game I don't know, and a game I don't know, and a game I don't know. So let's see. Emissary Zero, I guess, or Weird. I think Midnight Walk is probably going to win. So let's go with Emissary Zero. Again, voting for the underdog. Labor of Love award. You have Helldivers 2, Dota 2, Baldur's Gate 3, No Man's Sky, and Rust. And yeah, I think No Man's Sky probably is the most labor of love there, because I think Helldivers 2 has had some monetizations added to it. Dota 2 has had some, definitely has monetization in it. Rust, I don't know anything about what it's done this year. And I don't think Baldur's Gate 3 really has done that much new this year. Plus, Larian really not super in love with their own game. Best Game on Steam Deck award could be Hades 2, Deep Rock, Survivor, Bollocks Pit, Digimon, Time Stranger, and Clover Pit. I nominated this game for the kid that I gave a Steam Deck to, so I will vote my own nomination. In that case, Better with Friends award. You have Split Fiction, Battlefield 6 Schedule 1, Peak, and Repo. I would say it's probably between this and this. And I guess Split Fiction came out this year. Recency bias is going to be Peak, and Underdog feels like Peak too. So we'll pick Peak. Outstanding Visual Style award. Kind of hard to read the words when it's so big. I mean, just that word right there is probably about 5 inches across. Yeah, it is crazy to go 65 inches. That's why they don't make computer monitors really for 65 inches. Yeah, it really does highlight just the difference between how important pixel size really is when you're really close to a screen and doing computer stuff, and versus when you're watching a movie and you want this bigger immersive experience where individual pixels don't matter so much. Yeah, it is very much a very different experience. So we could go Doom Dark Ages, My Little Puppy, Final Fantasy VII, Dream Barbecue, and Silent Hill Z. This Dream Barbecue, I have no idea what this even is, but I'd have to assume it's what they're showing at the top there. Yeah. I'm gonna open that in a new tab just to see what that is. But then I'm gonna vote for My Little Puppy. Again, underdog, and dogs are cute, so they might win. You're not trying to match the winner here, so it's not like you get anything for this. You should really just be voting your conscience. So, yeah. If there are any rewards for voting, it's going to just be a reward for voting. It's not going to be anything like that. Anything more than that. Blueprints is on sale right now. So that is another one to open in a new tab. I can't even open things in new tabs. Everything is so much bigger and scaling in a weird way. I probably need to scale everything down to be smaller. Which, yeah, 50% dots per inches would be a crazy thing to do. Yeah, I kind of want to vote for Blueprints. I don't know Majorina. This is best innovative gameplay. I don't know Arc Raiders. I don't know Escape from Tarkov. I don't know Europa Universalis. So Blueprints is the one I'll take with. The best game you suck at award is Where the Winds Meet. That'll probably win. Silk Song, Elden Ring Reign, Marvel Rivals, and Path of Exile, The Last of the Druids. Which I think Silk Song is the one I would vote for, just because I really don't know any of these other games. And then best soundtrack. It's not like I really pay attention to soundtracks. So you have Rift of the Necrodancer, Deltarune, what is this? Tokyo Extreme Racer, Spider-Man 2, and Claire Obscure Expedition 33, which will probably win. I wouldn't give it to Spider-Man 2 because that's probably either the movie soundtrack or licensed music. So I think I'll lean on Rift of the Necrodancer. Outstanding Story-Rich Game Awards. I feel like some of these weirder games, No I'm Not Human, for example, may not have been what Valve really wanted to make it to the top, and good on Valve for not putting their thumbs on the scales and manipulating the results, which I assume they didn't. But yeah, there is definitely some mid-tier, mid-known games that seem to have gotten nominated this year. Particularly, I guess, since there really haven't been that many good big games that comes out. So Outstanding Story-Rich Game Award could be Dispatch. I wouldn't really give it to Last of Us Part 2 Remastered, since that's not really a game that came out this year. Dying Light the Beast, I don't think so. Kingdom Come Deliverance, again, I don't know. I don't know what this one is too, so we'll go with Dispatch. Not that I've played Dispatch either, but I at least know what that is. The Sit Back and Relax Award is Chill With You Lo-Fi Story, which looks like it's actually has some game elements, but mostly is probably a just desktop pet type experience. Mega Bonk, Power Washer Simulator 2 I think would be chiller. Slime Rancher 2 I think came out of early access this year, and RV there yet. I guess I will go with Power Wash Simulator 2. I don't think Mega Bonk is particularly that chill of an experience. And then the whole questions are yeah. Yeah, there's nothing, no awards, no badges or anything for actually voting. There was only awards and badges for actually nominating things previously. And yeah, you can kind of see how the idea Steam has here works pretty well, and that during one major sale they have, I had turned this off, hadn't I? Alright, let me turn that back on. Yep. During one major sale, they will have the nominations, and then during the big winter sale, they will have the voting. And when they actually get around to announcing something, I don't know. Yeah, this game is overwhelmingly positive, so I'll add that to the wish list. Though I don't think I'd really buy it now. I believe Blueprints is at the biggest discount it's going to be for a while. Yeah. Yeah. So that is definitely one to add to the shopping cart, just to see. And then this ENA Dream Barbecue. It's overwhelmingly positive, and somehow already in my account. I guess because it's free. So I added it to my account at some point and then completely forgot about it, which is frankly typical. Alright. So back to the Steam front page. Do we think we see anything that screams grab it now? Esports expansion for PC Building Simulator. Yeah, probably not really worth getting. We have Discovery Queue stickers, which we can do later. Let's open this in a new window. I guess is the best way to do that. I'm having to do things a little bit differently since I'm down to 2 monitors. Yeah, it won't be until I actually build my new computer, which moving my stuff around and moving monitors around not only fixes the eyesight issue, or hopefully fixes the eyesight issue, but takes me a step closer to building the new computer. Yeah, it won't be until I build the new computer that I would be able to use all 4 inputs on the new monitor. We have Steam Deck being pushed here, but doesn't seem like there's any sale for the Steam Deck, which, yeah, I guess they've already sold out on all of the new LCD 256s and probably most of the refurbs too. So yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if you never see 256 LCDs easily available and in stock. And yeah, I had suggested that maybe they might have, I didn't really think Valve would do this, but they could have done it, certainly, where there would have been a pre-order for the Steam machine, put $100 down now to get in line to buy the Steam machine, and then when you do buy the Steam machine, maybe you get a $100 credit to your Steam account to make up for that $100 down, or you get $100 off of the purchase price of the Steam machine. Either way would be acceptable. So I'm trying to drink water here, and I'm just rattling nice and in the glass as I'm talking and holding the water. But yeah, Steam Deck. It's interesting, this is defaulted to top sellers here. So they are putting their thumbs on the scales a little bit here, because usually this is at the popular new releases when you load the page in. I didn't click on that, and I don't think my macros clicked on that. Yeah. There's really not too much more. We're starting to see more and more of these full motion video games. But yeah, they're not even really mentioning the Steam machines, which I think probably proves that the reality of the situation was that they wanted to convince people to not buy any new computer hardware this November, this Black Friday, and save their money for a unknown costing Steam machine instead. So they've really hurt the rest of the hardware OEM industry. Now, I don't know if this isn't a direct stab at the heart of hardware OEM people, and that maybe they were a pain to work with in the past and they're really trying to screw them over. One thing I can say is that the thumbnail there is pretty low resolution, and I can definitely see that now. Marvel Snap, a fairly large disappointment of a game. Yeah, I was thinking it might be the next Hearthstone, and they were definitely trying to get people to think it would be the next Hearthstone, but it really isn't something that's worth sticking to. Inscription is a thought, too, as far as an experience goes, as it is something that I think is a little bit more linear in its whole experience. But I really shouldn't be scrolling down this low. If I was going to do anything as far as shopping, it would be to get to my wish list, and I don't have a great way to get to my wish list from this page, do I? So yeah, you could add that to the cart too and just build up a cart. Half-Life 1, it's one that we were following, and I think I can just install and add that to the library. Half-Life 1 Legacy, though I don't know I don't know if I really would want to play that version first or play the original version first. Yeah. This would be where you get to the wish list, isn't it? Yeah. Open this in a new tab. I'm gonna drag this to its own window and minimize this. Okay. So if we sorted by discount, this is again, I guess, a great way to show the best way to do this is you would have your wish list set up and that you're carefully curating, and then you'd have games sort by discount. Galgun returns here, for instance, at $2.49 is probably a pretty good price, but then the DLC may screw you specifically on this game. Plus, YouTube would screw me, and then I wouldn't really be able to put that on stream. And then plenty of games on my wishlist are not like super interesting, so if I don't really think I'm gonna get to it in a year, I probably shouldn't buy it. They just announced, I think, a new Ace Combat, so playing the old one maybe makes some sense, or maybe this is the new Ace Combat and they just announced new consoles for Ace Combat. Still probably not my type of game. I own most games, and yeah, it's questionable that how relevant something like Mass Effect or Soul Calibur or even Assassin's Creed Origins actually is. There's definitely a lot of games that you could consider this way. And then, once I had my fill of scrolling down from 95% off to 75% off would be about the best. That I wouldn't scroll any further past 75% off because you're really not getting much of a discount at that point. The other thing you can certainly sort by is price. Of course, the problem with price is sometimes episode 1s are free, so it just has this add to library button, when in reality the actual experience that you would want is a deluxe edition that has a lot more stuff to it. I think EverQuest might be fully free, but it might not be. Then I don't think I can get this DLC because I don't own the main game. And yeah, so you almost have to move from the add to library, it's pretending to be free, down to the actual, it's going to cost you some money section. Which yeah, apparently you can get prices down as low as 49 cents these days. I wouldn't be surprised if you could actually get the price down to like 33 cents, but might as well go free at that point, because I'm pretty sure every transaction costs you 30 cents plus 10%, so 33 cents would be eaten up 100% by Steam and their payment processors. But yeah, I have been in the past a big buyer of these 49 cents games, which, yeah, they're not usually very relevant, they're not usually very big, and they're not usually things that I am super into actually playing. So while I may have a fairly large library, I think some of the bigger gaps in my library are probably the games that tend to still sell for the amount of $60 or more on average. So yeah, I have been in the past year or two definitely trying to get more bigger games. Unless this is something you've never heard of, this is something nobody's ever heard of. Although as a small YouTube content creator, there is an argument to playing slightly smaller games. You kind of are more likely to get views if you play bigger games, so somewhere in the middle is probably the right balance. And yeah, a lot of these smaller games tend to not have that much of a unique, innovative gameplay style. Yeah, once you get to, I would say about $2 scrolling down this way, you probably have seen all there is to see. And people should always be cautious of their finances, and this year in particular, I think being cautious of your finances. Something like this World Next Door, for instance, is a probably great deal at 99 cents. But yeah, you kind of also have to know. You have to kind of know what games are before you even look at them on the list. So having games on your wish list that you don't remember isn't very helpful at all. That certainly can be an issue. I doubt, though, even though I have 6,000 games on my wish list, that I would bother to do a wish list cleanup. Like right now would be the time to do a wish list cleanup, but I'd have to figure out what I wanted to do here. Let's play Baccarat, let's play Solitaire for 99 cents. It's probably the right price for those types of games. But yeah, very much not very recognizable games when they are sold at this price. And yes, now that I've given a Steam Deck to a kid, buying games for him is probably off the table too, because I've now seen over the course of a few months that he doesn't have a ton of time to play games, plus what he wants to play I think is going to be fairly frequent, fairly big games that his friends are talking about. And so whatever the fad game of the time amongst his small friend group is going to severely push him to what he's playing. Plus his parents still have a weird system in that they really only let him play one game or download one game per month. So he really can't just buffet style it and try a whole bunch of different games. But yeah, I would find that completely intolerable if that was how the rule when I was playing games as a kid. Yeah, that would have been a real issue, because I would jump around and play games all the time and play different games. And definitely back when I was a kid, games were fairly short, so the idea of having to stick with it for a month is kind of crazy. Sure, you might be able to stick with just playing Super Mario Bros. 3 for a month, and you can certainly come back and play Super Mario Bros. 3 now and then. But if you were playing something really simplistic or super broken or super hard, like Ninja Turtles for the NES, yeah, playing that for a month would have just pissed me off so much that I would have just not played games. And I don't know what I would have done otherwise. I probably would have done a lot more sleeping or just made a lot more trouble overall. Yeah, even scrolling here, you can see that there is a massive amount of games here that are below $2, which does really speak to the actual value of a lot of these games, particularly after their launch window is completely done years ago. That there's just no reason not to discount it, and there's a lot of competition. But this also adds up, certainly, I would say, so you have to be careful in that $1 here, $1 there, you could very quickly, with taxes and with just the extra few pennies getting rounded up, you very quickly spend $200 to $400 just buying sub $5 games. We're still at $1.99, and we've been scrolling for a very long time. And there's very few games here that have really caught my eye. It's questionable, like Glittermint and Grove, whether that would be relevant. Some of these are lewd adult games, and with the situation with YouTube and Steam at the moment, it's questionable whether you need to buy those games. I guess maybe with Steam censorship, any adult game that is on Steam might want to be bought out of just pure solidarity, but with YouTube censorship, you wouldn't be able to play them, so you are certainly at odds there. Most of the games on my wish list are probably pre-AI, but it is going to become a factor and a problem, certainly in the future, that you're going to just start to see a lot of AI things that may slip by you, and you may not realize that there's AI in them, and it might end up on your wish list. Choo Choo Charles, has this game had a remake? There's one thing I guess I could do, is try and see if there's a way to go through games and figure out if a remake has been made, and whether the remake is actually better than the previous version, which it isn't always the case that it is. Yeah, when you have 6,000 games on your wish list, it takes forever to scroll through all of this, certainly. And then what you might want to do, so scroll back up here, is if you have an actual proper rank, sort by rank. And so there are games here like Rogue Legacy 2, which, let's open that in a new tab, that I actually would want to pick up. Myst being remade once again. Yes, I do want it, but do I want to spend $20 for the 4th or 5th time? Succubus, probably not relevant or worth playing at this point. Deathloop, probably not that relevant. Hot Wheels Unleashed, probably not that relevant now that Sonic Universe, or Sonic Racers Universe. Let's see, yeah, Doki Doki Literature Club Plus is $10, where apparently the original version is free. Guess I probably should get the Final Fantasy games. I don't know if I'd actually play them though. I don't own Shadow Man Remastered. I could have sworn I had bought that, but I guess maybe that's the reason I haven't played it. I definitely have something to say there. I did want to play this at some point. Probably want to play some of the Ryzen games at some point. Can't really buy Nier Replicant until I actually play Nier, the other Nier game, which I did purchase that previously and I just haven't gotten around to it. Resident Evil Village will be another game that is an example of something that you need the deluxe edition for. Binding of Isaac, Repentance, I don't think I have shown off the DLC from the previous game. This is another game that would probably be censored by YouTube. Psychonauts 2 is a decent thought. But yeah, prices on some of these, like $9 for this game and then $15 for this Ninja Turtles game, definitely doesn't make a lot of sense. This Alfred Hitchcock Vertigo game. El Shaddai Ascension of the Metatron HD Remastered is an older game I played and I wanted to talk about. God of War. Some of these PlayStation games are just not going to actually ever be cheap. Spider-Man games. Return to Monkey Island. Oh, why is all the audio running into trouble? Yeah. Number one way to break your computer is to physically move it, in my experience. I'm being silly in that, but it's not really true, but it definitely feels like it. I can't help but feel like I just ran into some amount of lag for a brief second there. And I don't know the reason for that lag. But we've been having lagging problems with Firefox for a while now. Some games are not even discounted. Let's see. Some of these games are definitely not particularly ranked very high either. So, yeah. I really don't have that much of a rank system on this. So there's the rest of these I would say have been tossed to the top, but aren't really sorted. There is a decent argument in not getting Kerbal Space Program for this account, since I've already covered it from a different account. There was an account I was using before I made this Steam account, which had 2 or 3 games I covered, and that was it. Um, but yeah. Scrolling down this list. Need to really go through and play a lot of the Resident Evil games. That would be a good one to potentially play. A lot of these games also are exactly the same price as they have been in the past. So it's not, particularly right now, not a case that things are going on sale for the first time. This Homesick game, I've wanted to play it for years and it's never been cheap enough. Yeah. So yeah, I probably would go up to the like 200th spot here before I start to see things. $14 for battle chess on sale, ridiculously high price for such an old game. Yeah. There's definitely some things that I feel like I should possibly grab before they might disappear completely. Some of these games have disappeared completely. Some of these might have remasters. I think All-Star Fruit Racing is one we could probably take off the wish list. Yeah, questionable whether Sword Art Online Lost Song specifically is relevant. Well, Watch Dogs 2 is particularly relevant. There might be a Dead Rising remake, and there is a small argument that I should play Dead Rising 1 in its best form, because the next Dead Rising game is potentially going to be a thing. It's gonna come back and involve that same character from the first game. Yeah, probably should own Far Cry 3 in some form. I was trying to do all the Nancy Drew games, but I definitely lost steam on that. Yeah, and this really goes to show just the higher level of games that exist out there, which contrasts completely to the $1, $2 games out there. Alright, we'll leave it at that. Obviously, I'm going to have to scroll through this whole list a lot more later. But how many of these things do I not own on this bundle? As far as Disney games, it may very well not be worth getting Disney games. Yeah. According to Steam, I don't own any of these games. I don't think that's true, but I know I own Lego Pirates of the Caribbean. So I don't understand why it's not recognizing that. Whatever, I'll add that bundle. Yeah, Artie in your cart. And for my card account, that would be $21.99. So very far away from $100. I own so many of those games already. Yep. This game, I imagine, has nobody playing it and has lost its relevancy as such. Homesick has only one version. We'll add that. Continue shopping. Trying 3 is not well received, but I was going through the Trying series, and yeah, seems like you would be better off getting this bundle for $11 then, and certainly you could go with this bundle, but that's probably too big of a bundle, and this isn't as good of a discount. So yeah, you could see doing that. Just because I'm adding things to my cart doesn't mean I'm actually going to buy them. One thing I can see also is that by moving my furniture around, my air cushion has stopped really doing what I want it to do. I don't know why, but everything is now getting uncomfortable a little too fast. Can add the Blob bundle, which includes the first game, which I already own, and get a little bit more of a discount, which that is the beauty of Steam bundles. Then this deluxe edition, which is almost certainly what you want. These are costumes. So losing out on the costumes is probably not that big of a deal, but it's still probably what you want. Would be $12.49. Or you could get Resident Evil Resistance, which you'll never play, and Resident Evil 3 combined for $14, but then that's actually worse because you're not getting the DLC in that case. Yeah, you're only getting the base game. So then you'd have to individually buy the extra DLC pack for $11 more. Yeah, your best bet to just focus on Resident Evil 2 is to get the deluxe edition. That tends to be the case. I would assume that the deluxe edition includes all of the paid character costumes. But maybe it doesn't include all in-game rewards unlocked or original version soundtrack swap. Which, yeah, that sounds weird that the original soundtrack is being separated like that, but that weirdly does happen as far as licensing. Been wanting to play this game for a while. In this case, the fancy edition just is the soundtrack and the art book, so I don't feel a need to own that. Darksiders Genesis. I just want to finish the Darksiders Ultimate Edition, and so this bundle is the best way to do that. I certainly wish the Darksiders series played out in a much better way than it has in the past couple of games. And I wish reception for Monkey Island was higher, too. So just like how $1 adds up when buying an extra $1 game, $1 also adds up when you can complete bundles. Spider-Man Remastered doesn't seem to have any DLC around it. So, the main game at a fairly high price of $23, $24 is the only option. God of War, same case, main game at $19.99. It's the only option. El Shaddai, I imagine, only has one option. Well, there's another game completely bundled with it, which would give you slightly higher discounts, but it's still more expensive. Art book for El Shaddai and soundtrack. I mean, there's almost an argument to get the art book for this game, for as weird as it is. But not at nearly double the price. So this is the kind of game I'd put on the shopping list and then take off. Vertigo is cheap enough to justify grabbing it. Alfred Hitchcock, not particularly that relevant. He's been dead for a long time now. Nobody has really been named as the Alfred Hitchcock of a new generation. I believe this game is a VR game. So, yeah. Best bet would just be to buy Psychonauts 2 base game. And then Resident Evil Village. I have several Resident Evil games already. And yeah, in this case, sorry for the graphics being all blurred, the best bet would probably be to get this, but I'd have to investigate that further. So again, I'll drag this to its own window and look at it later. It is crazy I don't own Shadow Man Remastered. Well, that is one game I do want to correct. I want to correct that right now, or whenever I actually do decide to buy things. Rogue Legacy doesn't have any DLC Deluxe Edition, which it would be nice if that was a trend. I don't really have a lot of faith of that being a trend, but it'd be nice if it was. Then Galgun Returns would be best to be bought, and it actually doesn't have any DLC in it. Interesting. So let's view the cart while we're here and just see what that small, and that is for me, relatively small amount of shopping has done. It has bumped it up to $190.75. So just very easily you can see how you bump up the prices to $200, and typically $300 to $400 is what I have spent in the past for games, which, yeah, the issue certainly there is that I probably am not playing all of those games in a year. So, and yeah, everybody needs to save money these days. So, there is a lot of thought there. Yeah, I'm so used to being able to move my right hand freely, and I'm still adjusting to the microphone stand being there, so I just moved my hand and bumped the microphone stand. This TV is also very dirty. You can see. Yeah. So are we going to see any refurbs available? No. Did I expect to see any refurbs available during this sale? Not really. It would have been nice. It probably would have been OLEDs that were refurbed, but I would say I wasn't really expecting it to play that way. So yeah, we will then have to move on, and we can see that the games people are playing on the Steam Deck today are not really any different from the games that they have been playing. I think what I will want to do here, though, is take just a brief second before we start going through the video game news to adjust my chair. I'll just mute myself and adjust my chair cushion, because yeah, this is back to being painful. Let's just scroll down this list first. Terminator 2D New Fate. It looks new. For the most part, everything else doesn't look new. Hello Kitty Adventure Island. Yeah. It's new, but yeah, everything else looks pretty normal. Hello Kitty Adventure Island. Super popular, but I would suspect that they should be cheaper than $40. So I wouldn't really want to buy it now. Plus, the only person that I would really want to target playing this game is still probably too young to be playing video games on PC, and particularly any young kid that would be a Hello Kitty type target audience. It's going to have a real struggle to find other games to play on Steam. Steam still is not the place where kids games go by default. Alright, well, I'm going to pause my microphone and adjust my chair, and then I'll be back in just a few seconds. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. So I've removed the extra cushion I added to my chair, which has put me at least 4 inches lower. And yeah, in a recliner this low to the ground, it is even more of a lean back experience. And yeah, that is a slight concern, is that in my recliner I would just start leaning back to see the screen. And well, I guess that would put less pressure on my backside sitting down. It would have me potentially fall asleep, plus the microphone may just need to get closer. I'm pretty far back. I'm also realizing that I'm wearing my headphones backwards now. They have a right and left on them, and the general assumption is that the wire would be on the left side for my headphones. So now that the wire is on the right side, I'm hearing the right channel on the left and the left channel on the right. Now, the good news is that almost never matters. Stereo sound even being played where it is really noticeably stereo is extremely rare, even for video games, or in video games and trailers. So I probably will just live happily with it being on the right and left. Suppose I could put the microphone on the other side, but I don't really think I would do that, because it kind of squeezes in nicely into a smaller section on the right side. I could have the cord dangle certainly differently. It's already dangling and laying on my arm, which is a little annoying. But yeah, that's not why we're here. We're here for video game news. So let's go through the Video Games Chronicle articles going forward. Epic Tim Sweeney says apps, quote, dishonesty and gross disrespect to Japan is the reason Fortnite isn't coming to iOS there. Epic had said previously Fortnite would be returning to iOS in Japan in 2025. Which, yeah, those are definitely great buzzwords for Tim Sweeney to say to the Japanese. It is just a question now whether the Japanese are going to actually believe Tim Sweeney over Apple. I don't know if there's going to be any actual evidence to back this up. Yeah. So yeah, the fighting and the lawsuits continue. Yeah. Yeah. And yeah, to some extent it seems like Apple probably is at fault, but it definitely seems like Tim Sweeney is playing hardball here and being somewhat inaccurate in his statements to win more. It has never really been a case where all of the gaming community has been behind Tim Sweeney and Fortnite and the Epic Games Store. It definitely isn't the case that Tim Sweeney is the next Gabe Newell and the Epic Games Store is the next Steam, and Fortnite is the next Counter-Strike Go. Fortnite is its own thing, perhaps at one day even going to be bigger than Counter-Strike Go, which is just now called CS2, Counter-Strike 2, but very possibly not. Oh yeah, one of the funny things about this TV I've moved in here, this giant TV, is that it is a Sanyo, and I already had a Sanyo TV. So now when I press the remote to turn it on, it's literally turning on both TVs because it's the exact same remote control and the exact same remote codes. although the TVs are fairly different in the menu. So even trying to adjust menu settings, you basically have to block off one receiver, or you're going to adjust menu settings on both TVs. Which, yeah, I wouldn't really recommend having two TVs of the same brand in the same room, just for that reason. Although nowadays, TVs may not be infrared in the first place, so that may not be that much of an issue. I question how many people even need two TVs in the same room in the first place. Unless you are just doing a multi-monitor setup for a computer, then it makes sense. But yeah, there is a ridiculous number of 4 TVs plugged in right now in this room. There's a spare TV that is in a box also in this room. It is far too many TVs. The good news is some of them are old and definitely time to cycle out and give away, or yeah, basically give away some old TVs. Back to Video Games Chronicle articles though. Doesn't want to close. Let's see. Marathon's senior art director has left Bungie ahead of the game's release. Joseph Cross was the lead concept artist at Destiny 2. I wonder if some of that is literally poop rolling uphill for once and him getting dismissed quickly with the plagiarism that is pretty much confirmed to have happened in Marathon, or just the general fact that Marathon to me looks very much bad. Like, I hate to use generic terms as a critic, but it really just doesn't seem well thought out. It doesn't feel like it has a real dynamic theme to the concept as to why the characters look like this, or why other characters look like this, or why the background looks like this. Yeah, maybe there are storyline reasons to explain it all, but they haven't explained it so far to my satisfaction in their advertising. It hasn't reached me. Yep. So yeah, if there was ever somebody that should probably be fired, it might be the lead concept artist for Marathon. He was also the lead concept artist on Destiny 2, which I don't know if there was a great concept there either. Let's just watch a trailer here of Marathon so we can get a good idea of what the visuals look like. Yeah. And again, giant TV, it's hard to watch this entire trailer. That's Steve Cotton, the creative lead. That's the senior designer lead. That's the game director. That's the creative director. That's the senior director. So we still haven't seen the guy that's left yet. Senior design lead, nope. Yeah, it does just feel like what they wanted to do is not make their game look like other games to such a level that anything they tried was going to be greenlit. And looking at this trailer as they're talking about the game, it's just like a whole bunch of random things. They wanted some kind of horror element too. They sent this marathon ship, and then there's seems to be a heavy focus of AI. They're talking about corporations, greed, corruption. It's a whole bunch of word salad as they're trying to explain it. When you know this is just going to be a looter shooter. Yeah. You're a bio-cybernetic mercenary. Alright, this goes on for 22 minutes. I'm not going to watch the rest of this. So, yeah, just impenetrable, really. Word salad describing the game. A very ugly art style. And yeah, I don't think we saw Joseph Cross in that video up until the first couple of minutes of a 22-minute thing. Yep. Now, inherently, also I would say Marathon is not a game for me. It's not a game I would ever really play, so I wouldn't be surprised if there's a decent amount of your Call of Duty fans and the like, your Gamer Bro, your Halos players that jump into Marathon and do find something really to like about it. Yeah. So, who knows? Maybe the art style isn't really that big of a deal. I'm still running into the problem where if I drop my mouse or let it slide around too much, I am creating a scene switch. Picture in picture mode. Let's see. Reader view and taskbar. I don't know what adding a tab to a taskbar would be. I'm seeing some extra icons on Firefox. Moving on. Sony and Honda announced the first car to offer a PlayStation Remote Play. The Ophelia, I assume that's how you pronounce that one, lets players stream PS4 or PS5 games from the car from their console. I would assume that means there is some kind of cell phone connection in the car to do that. It's a new series of cars, which who knows what that quality would be. I'd assume probably not great. First generation cars tend to be pretty terrible. And yeah, you really want to get a car that's been almost exactly the same model for years upon years. So they've figured out how to manufacture them well and figured out all the kinks and problems. Yeah, you can see that this is a heavy concept, ridiculous type car, and that there's just a giant screen here for infotainment and the like. And I assume these are camera side mirrors that you're seeing here instead of real side mirrors, and probably a camera rear view mirror instead of a real mirror. Nice looking seats. Seems like there might be a knob dial element here to adjust settings, but then it might just be a wireless charger, and then your steering wheel controls. Still going to be a Honda. at the end of the day. Yeah, again, I would just have to assume that it has some kind of in-car internet data plan, automated data plan. Yeah. Which, cars move so fast, relatively speaking at least, that it is very, very difficult to get good internet or any internet because you're jumping from potentially one cell phone tower to the next cell phone tower so often, and there is just not a system, as far as I know, to adjust for that. If it were a case that you could convince multiple cell phone towers to broadcast the same data so that that would work, that would maybe, or if you're willing to give away your privacy some more, being able for a car to tell cell phones, which cell phone towers, what direction they're heading, so that the next tower could transmit things. We see it in a much higher scale as far as the internet on planes. They're moving too fast to connect to either satellites or cell phone towers. Trains have the same problem. We just did not design wireless internet to work on fast-moving devices. We designed it to work on humans standing naturally pretty still. And that's not to say you can't get any internet, it's just to say you can't get as good of internet as you might want, not speed-wise, latency-wise. I don't know why we have Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties open here. And I don't know why we have the same page open twice. I did get rid of the duplicate tab plugin, so we may just actually see the exact same tabs open twice, and I have no idea why that would be the case. I still have a ton of work to do as far as reprogramming things, and I don't know how well I can really reprogram things with the current monitor I'm looking at, because yeah, it's a little tough to read things when they're this big. It's much better certainly than to have to try and wear glasses and read things when they're too small. If anything, I had hoped that my eyesight would improve and eventually just work its way back to getting better, but if anything, I think it's accommodating itself in the opposite direction and getting worse every time I try and fix it. Yep. Alright, let's see. We have a quote here. We're standing on a giant shoulder. Nexus Playground CEO says he wants to fix the problem Nintendo had with the Wii. David Lee believes a subscription model favors the surprise Black Friday hit console. I feel like this was only a surprise hit in particular because nobody wanted to buy anything more expensive. I also wouldn't be surprised if it is just Video Games Chronicle doing some kind of advertisement and pretending like it's an article here, because I definitely have not seen Gamatsu or Video Games Chronicles. I mean, not Video Games Chronicle. I haven't seen my other news sources other than Video Games Chronicles mention this device at all, nor have I ever heard of this device. At least when there's talk about something like the play date, it is universally talked about. Yeah. far as looking at the trailer here, yes, it does look like something that might be kind of fun for a younger audience. So, yeah, maybe there is a younger target audience for the next playground. But then the subscription model certainly is not something offers games based on Bluey, Peppa Pig, Fruit Ninja, Sesame Street, Barbie, Gabby's Dollhouse, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. Yeah. Alright, well, I'm gonna drag that and see what might happen there. Tencent's quote Horizon clone has been pulled from stores as Sony settles the lawsuit. Sony and Tencent have settled their dispute over the upcoming Tencent game Light of Motiram. One thing about having a screen as big as you can really start to see the brush strokes and the pixels of images. So it'd probably be great for an artist just to really zoom in and see how it goes. So I guess Light of Mortrim is not going to come out, at least on Steam and the Epic Games Store, and I guess it never probably came out in on Sony's storefront or the Xbox storefront. Lawsuit has been dismissed with prejudice, which means it can't be brought back up later. Yeah. That's exactly what that says. And yeah, that is a ending, certainly, that we get as far as lawsuits go, where so often we don't get endings to lawsuits, but it's not a very satisfactory ending. There is no judge that stands up and says, this is the bad guy, this is the good guy, you're in the right, you're in the wrong. Nothing like that. Once again, I hit my microphone stand. There. Gesturing with my hands as I talk. But yeah, this is also Tencent, a Chinese company, so I wouldn't be surprised if this code gets used in some other game, or if this game is still available to play and purchase in China, and that there is no really way it is actually not going to be done one way or the other. Yeah. In a lot of ways, it's kind of a shame, though, that you can't have more companies take good ideas, which I think, yeah, Horizon was a good idea, and just blatantly rip it off. But yeah, that's not how the law is set up. Maybe it shouldn't be set up that way. Maybe for gamers and consumers it would be better if there were blatant ripoffs, particularly since consumers are fairly savvy, and I don't think they would accidentally buy the wrong game. And particularly on Steam, even if they did buy the wrong game, they could pretty quickly refund it anyways. With the advent of digital sales, it really isn't the case where you would buy a game at some store, and then let's say you bought it at Walmart. Walmart would not tell you, we don't accept returns on video games, or we don't accept returns on open boxes. Where in the old days, yeah, for a lot of things that would be the case, is that people would not accept returns, or they'd give you a lot of hassle for it. But in modern times, most stores are pretty lax about returns, to the point where it is very viable that you can just return a ton of stuff. You can buy a ton of clothes on Amazon, for instance, and return a bunch of it, and Amazon's not really going to care as long as you don't do it too much. But yeah, there was a day, certainly, where returning things or getting refunds was a very different thing. Yeah. But yeah, that's how it went down, and there's really nothing else to say, is there? A cult Namco arcade game which may have inspired Smash Bros. Has been given its first ever home release. The Outfoxies is a 2D arena in which was released in 1995. Interesting. Do they have any footage of it? I have never heard of this game. M for mature, partial nudity. Alright, well, then I won't show it. Have just an abundance of caution. But fights were only one-on-one. Some have suggested, though, that Outfoxity, which was reportedly the first most popular arcade machine in Japan when it was released, may have served as inspiration for Super Smash Bros., which arrived on Nintendo 64 4 years later. This is Arcade Archives. Yeah. It feels like something like that we'll never really know. I'm gonna watch that video later and just see if there's anything interesting there. I guess I could watch it off screen right now. Here's another ending to a lawsuit. 15 years going, which that's the other problem with lawsuits, is that a lot of these lawsuits just go on forever, and the court system is incredibly backed up. Yeah. Nintendo has won a 15-year legal battle with Nacom over the Wii remote patent infringement. The fight may not be completely over yet, though, as Nacom is appealing it. But yeah. This is a lawsuit in Germany against Big Ben Interactive at the time, claiming its third-party Wii remote controllers infringed on their patents. Which again, this feels like Nintendo is probably the bad guy in that, and that they are trying to make all the possible profits on anything that would work with the Wii as far as the Wiimotes go. What a terrible interface the Wiimote really was. That has led to Joy-Cons being pretty terrible interfaces too. Sure, it works great when you want to play Wii bowling, but it is absolute garbage when you want to play any other type of game that isn't specifically designed and usually dumbed down to play with the Wiimote. So much so that they had to add the joystick just to get most games to even be playable. And even then, they were trying for the turn the Wiimote to the side to play old games concept, which I think even now on the Switch 2, almost nobody really does that and turns the remote sideways to play two-player NES games. And that may be a hang-up they have, in particular around just being backward compatible for old NES games. And really only NES games, because you don't really have the bumpers on the Wiimote for a Super NES game. Let's see, global games revenue in 2025 is expected to grow 7.5% compared to last year. Analysis suggests a strong year for PC gaming. In particular, we'll see expected global gaming revenue of $197 billion US. I say US dollars because they're showing us a picture of a Japanese storefront. Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised if those numbers get missed quite a bit, though. I think we're in for a rough year just overall as far as sales, and I have no indication that any great games are really coming out in 2026. It's hard to recommend an Xbox. It's hard to recommend a PlayStation. It's hard to recommend a Nintendo Switch. I think PC gaming might have grown, but it's also hard to recommend spending money for even PC. The Valve machine, the Steam machine, may really be too expensive, and yet also the only viable option as far as PC gaming, which might lead a lot of people to just opt to do something completely different and not buy any gaming software or hardware, which is very possible. Let's see, the Game Award claims a record-breaking viewership for the 11th year. Global live streams were up 11% year on year. I imagine they would claim that very easily. It's kind of hard to disprove it, considering you see the views on YouTube, so unless there was a drastic number of views being lost, then then there's really no way to disprove it. I suspect these people in the back here are security, and this whole rope in the front is also security, just to make sure nobody jumps up on the stage that's not supposed to, with so many people jumping up on the stage. And I guess I have to ask a generic question here. At what point does a point of wearing all the same French stereotypical outfit lead to just being perhaps offensive? I guess inherently it crosses the line when somebody non-French does it. Yeah, but the general idea is they have French and possibly some honorary French people all wearing that outfit. But yeah, if this were in the United States and South of Midnight had won, and then a whole bunch of white guys or white women came out and they had like African hairstyles and were dressed up like the main character from South of Midnight, yeah, people would see offense in that very quickly. And I wouldn't be surprised if some French people see some offense, but maybe also French are just more laid back and chill and are cool with it. That probably is the case. They just don't care. But yeah, is it a smart move to have everybody wearing the same outfit when you receive an award? No, it's gimmicky. It's silly. If the Game Awards wants to really be like the Oscars and wants to be even more respected than the Oscars, it would make a lot of sense to have all of these people just dressed up in the nice suit and tie dress, black dress type attire that are usually desirable to wear in these kinds of events and lead to an air of professionalism. This is one guy here that has a black suit and tie, where a lot of other people are all over the place in different styles. And almost certainly this is some kind of PR gimmick that somebody thought was cute and decided to go with and forced the rest of the employees to go along with. Yeah. there is definitely a way that the Game Awards could claim record-breaking viewership without it actually going up, in that they could just be on something like Twitter, where just scrolling past a video is counted as a view, so the views always go up on Twitter. They never go down, no matter what, and are effectively not the same kind of views that can be counted as other views, and are much closer to what YouTube calls impressions. So yeah, unless you left Twitter in particular, then your views potentially will always go up. Sorry, I'm yawning. Here, leaning back. It's definitely not going to help that any, but let's face it, I yawn quite a bit. And most of it, I think, is just talking for so long, less than actually being sleepy. Here we have a quote: "It's time to face reality. AI is here to stay." End quote. The Kingdom Come Deliverance studio head responds to the Larian backlash, which, boy, does it seem like people are willing to come out of the woodwork to die on that hill. Daniel Vivara says AI is a frightening prospect but has its uses, and as absolutely everyone else is using it. So yeah, we've got the good old-fashioned drug argument here. Everybody else is doing drugs, so I should do drugs. Or at least that was the argument that they said was being made. But yeah, there definitely is an insane amount of people who are willing to speak up about it, when really you should just stay silent about it, even if you are using AI, and wait for your company to get discovered using it. Yeah, the problem here, certainly, is that people are still on Twitter, or X. That's the first problem. The second problem, though, is that everybody is friendly with everybody else. So if one game developer sees another game developer getting rightfully deserved pressure, they rise up to defend them. This is, frankly, reminiscent of the whole Gamergate thing, in that one mainstream video game journalist was being criticized, and all of a sudden all the other mainstream video game journalists not only rose up to defend that journalist, but call all gamers sexist in the same breath, and form a cabal, for lack of a better term, a secret Discord group to synchronize and attack anyone who is criticizing the one, I think maybe it was two journalists who were literally sleeping with a game developer and then reviewing that game developer's game, which maybe that was more the game developer's fault, but the game developers are not really held or educated to the level of ethics that a journalist should be educated to. Here he says this: AI hysteria is the same as when people were smashing steam engines in the 19th century. That was actually the right thing to do for those people, in my opinion. I assume he's talking more about the Luddites who were throwing shoes into the weaving machines. I don't know how many people were actually smashing steam engines in the 19th century. Yeah, I don't know what story he's even discussing. Sure, there's the story of John Henry and steam engines taking over tunneling and mining work from miners, but a steam engine is a big chunk of metal. So I don't know how you smash one. Like you could get a big old sledgehammer and start banging on it, certainly, but I think somebody would probably stop you before you did too much damage. Yeah. So, yeah. And they're talking steam engines in particular, which I would have to assume are closer to steam engines on a train than a steam automobile. Yeah. Even those would be very big and big chunks of metal. But yeah, the Luddites specifically were literally losing their only source of revenue and literally did likely starve and suffer because of the weaving machines. There was no balance happening to society as these people were becoming disenfranchised of even an opportunity to work, while money was being funneled effectively into the pockets of the owners of the weaving machines, the CEOs, the corporate bosses, as it were. And yeah, it's not even a good comparison in that case, because at least in the case of weaving machines or steam engines, some human is actually creating something from pretty much nothing, whereas AI is literally stealing humans' creations to create something from other people's creations. And it's just a difference in science work, which a steam engine would be closer to a science-based career, and an artistic work that video game development is, where artistic work in particular needs to be based on humans and the human experience. So yeah, obviously I'm not for AI, and if this developer is for AI, even if his current game doesn't actually use it, he's probably not the type of person you really want to support too much, because his future looking prospects are that is to not support the artistic community in particular. Yeah, and again, I don't know why I duplicate tabs. Like, I have no idea what it is about my macros that is opening the same tabs multiple times. Yeah. I feel like what is going on here with my seat cushion is that there's just a really long delayed reaction to adjusting the firmness. And so, yeah, I'm adjusting myself in the chair here. Yeah, I probably need to adjust things some more, and then come back the next day and adjust things some more. Alright, our looks like last Video Games Chronicle article for today says FIFA officially announces a new game with Netflix and a little known studio. A new FIFA game will be released in time for the World Cup next summer. I imagine it isn't going to be much of anything, if I was to guess. And yeah, I really have nothing else to say there. So let's move on to the Gamatsu articles. Let's see. Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar version 1.3.0 update is now available, and it adds new bingo cards and more. Boy, is that a drastically different news article compared to everything we just saw from Video Games Chronicle, where they really weren't talking about any game specifically and really didn't have anything positive or new to say about any game. Yes, we are in the middle of the whole Christmas season, but there is definitely just a willful lack of interest in covering anything. Yeah. This looks too zoomed in to my monitor, but when I look at the actual stream, it looks almost perfect, although it actually is probably better in that fashion. You can see Story of Seasons Grand Bazaar is overwhelmingly positive. I've started watching a Godot, we got duplicate tabs again, tutorial series on making a top-down 2D RPG maker, kind of like game, adventure game, and yeah, it's interesting to see it developed in Godot and see how well or how easy that tutorial really would be. Of course, you really have to go out of your way to make any game like that stand out, and just having a unique gameplay hook, something new, something different, is going to make your game stand out. Whereas if you don't have anything unique, it is going to be ignored by most gamers. Most games will be ignored by most gamers anyways. So yeah, but you want to find some audience. Many games I don't think find any audience at all. Moving on, Dragon Quest VII Reimagined Adventure Log Part 1 trailer is available if you want to check this out. I don't think we really need to see this. Yeah, we're still waiting for this game to really come out to see if there's any reviews for it. Maybe Dragon Quest VII really is the first Dragon Quest that you need to play. So yeah, I turned off 3 extensions to try and just have things run less sluggishly. And in fairness, things have run a little less sluggishly today, but it still feels like I need the anti-duplicate tab opener plugin for the time being. Ace of Thunder launches February 3rd. It's a virtual reality flight combat simulator game. Not to be confused with Ace Combat, although it seems like they probably are trying to do some name confusion there. Which, yeah. It's a VR game, so at the moment I'm not planning on getting a VR headset to actually play VR games. I might at some point get a VR headset just to have a monitor in front of me, but even then that probably wouldn't work because I would like 3 to 4 monitors in front of me, not just one, for split screen reasons or different sources and streaming reasons. Fantasy Life I, The Girl Who Steals Time, free major update to sinister broker Bizarro's scheme. Second trailer details and screenshots are now available. Yeah, that is a giant image there. I don't know if that's just because I didn't adjust the settings. I feel like this hover, I had this hidden at one point too. Like this is built into Firefox itself. When you hover over an image in the lower left corner, it will show you the URL that the link would go to, so you can't get tricked. But yeah, when you move to the left, it moves to the right, and so you can never really highlight it. It's an internal bit of HTML that I think I was hiding in the past using uBlock Origin. Although it's kind of hard to hide too because it's internal code. What's funny about this is this really just does not look at all like The Girl Who Steals Time. I just don't recall a character that was in that outfit that looked like that. That seems weird. I just feel like I'm looking at a completely different game now from what I thought the original game looked like, although frankly I just don't really remember the original game either. for the most part. I probably somewhat confusing it with the A Hat in Time game. Let's see, moving on, Hunter x Hunter and NX Survivor launches February 18th, 2026. Pre-registration is now available. I don't think we need to watch a trailer on this either. Fantasy Life-I. Girl Who Steals Time is overwhelmingly positive. Daemon X Machina version 1.2.1 and 1.2.2 updates are now available. They add 3 new bosses. Now what it certainly would explain is a whole wall of fixes. That is a lot of fixes. It would certainly explain why my macros crash and don't run well and take forever if there was some bit of code that is accidentally opening every tab twice, and that seems like that might be the case. Of course, it's not really worth hunting down that bug at the moment, since I plan on replacing all of the code anyways. Trying to get away from using UI Vision as an extension and instead having everything be a Violent Monkey script. One plugin to rule them all if we can. Dave the Diver's DLC In the Jungle details a new village, restaurant, and gameplay system. Is a 10-hour long expansion due out in early 2026. Which that would give me a bit of an excuse to play Dave the Diver right now without its DLC. Yeah. Any new announcement for a sequel or new DLC is a pretty good reason to play the original version of the game and catch up. Which we can see Dave the Diver is on sale right now for 45% off. There's also a discount here for Digital Extra, which I don't know what Digital Extra is. Seems like it's just art and soundtracks. And then there's this whole Ichiban's holiday content pack, which is probably worth getting, and a couple of free content packs. They've really got custom Steam Deck art for some of these games, so yeah, the argument would be to buy this, but it's not very discounted at all. Magicraft looks like a completely different style of game. Moving on. The Legend of Heroes Trails Beyond the Horizon story and battle demos are now available. So is this part of the Trails series? I guess it probably is. I've only recently come to realize that most games with Trails in the name are part of the same series. Whereas I kind of was thinking it was just a generic title that was used for a lot of games. So I'll put this on the follow list. Then keep an eye on it. Zenless Zone Zero version 2.5 update to be Fuel for the Night launches December 30th. I do suspect that most announcements for updates at the moment are going to be for more mobile games that just never stop and constantly need updates to keep people interested in them. You certainly do paint yourself in a corner when you're making a mobile game or a gacha game that only works if you keep people interested in it. don't think we'll bother to watch the trailer here though, just because it's going to be a bunch of anime girls. This Legend of Heroes game also I'll put on the follow list. And then I think that's the one we already looked at. And that's the one, it's the same as that. Just kind of going in circles here. Let's see. Patapon 1+2 Replay, new game mode update launches December 22nd. Details to be announced. So we don't even really have details on a new game update, which would probably be something that people would already know about. This is a rhythm game. It's very positive, but it's probably not a game for me to actually play, just because I have no rhythm. Let's see. Hunter x Hunter and Nin X Impact DLC character Finks launches December 25th. New fighting character. Yeah. Probably should have done more of this during the whole Game Awards announcements. Just a lot more going through slideshows and a lot less watching trailers, but certainly is probably a smart move to not sit here and watch a whole bunch of trailers and drag out the stream links. They already go very long. We can see Hunter x Hunter here, Nin X Impact in particular, is mixed reviewed, so as an anime based fighting game, it's not getting received particularly well. And certainly it would save a lot of time to not have all this duplicate tab stuff. Hollow Dungeon Kyori vs. Hololive in Honsha Tower launches in early access on January 22nd, 2026. It's a Hololive themed roguelike RPG. I did hear that one of the bigger voice actor studios in Japan just signed some contracts to do AI voice acting. There's just this increasing desire here to have any kind of idol, any kind of actor replaced with a computer generated something. In the past it was virtual tubers and Hatsune Miku like made up characters, but now with AI voice acting coming into the role, that may further expand into the idea of less artistic creative people adding content to voice acting roles, which a big part of that would be anime. And I think anime fans in particular are going to come out very heavily against AI, because the last thing they want is for the content to get even worse. But there's been a lot of computer generated animation in the past 10 years or so, and it's awful, and people come out against it, and it doesn't really stop the production committees to still use it, and it really isn't 100% stopping animation studios from using it and cheaping out on animation. Animation is hard, voice acting is hard too, but yeah, it's an effort that I feel like is probably worth it. This one doesn't support English, and it really doesn't look that interesting of a game, as it were. Let's see. Ernest Evans' collection for the PS4 and 5 has been delayed to February 19th in Japan. Here we can see some classic hand-drawn animation of the 90s, just to show a drastic difference not only in style but in just how much work had to be done to draw every single line for every single keyframe at least, and trace every in-between frame. Whereas nowadays you can just type in AI and have something like this generated without much interference or change. Jumping all around again because of the duplicates. Yeah, it's not only duplicates, it feels like triplicates sometimes. So yeah, I just don't get it. Let's see, Silver Palace Monotype Beta Test announced. Recruitment available until January 5th, 2026. I have no idea what this game is. It's kind of ironic it's being called Monotype, considering how the font Monotype was apparently being overcharged severely to Japanese audiences. I imagine Monotype is not a trademarkable or copyrightable term. It might be trademarkable for the use of in fonts exclusively, but a game called Monotype is not likely to be confused for a font called Monotype. I feel like I saw a trailer like this, but I don't think I have. So, it's a cowboy girl who's they're describing as a master detective. Now apparently we're chasing some kind of ghost-like character and shooting at it. Maybe in some kind of shadow realm of some sort. A Cinderella-like glass slipper being left. Or for a second there I thought she was having a vision, but apparently it was happening there. And so this crystal-like water seems to be something magical and something dangerous. Well, certainly that is a lot. That is a lot to show in a trailer. Yeah, I definitely haven't seen that trailer. But do I have a clue what kind of game that is from that? No. It says it's an action RPG open world game. Yeah. So this intro video may have very little connection to what the whole experience actually is. Let's see. Bandai Namco has divested Limbic Entertainment, sold to a private investor specializing in video games. I can't help but wonder if that is either the Saudi Arabia Public Investment Fund or Tencent. But maybe sold to Nintendo, and that's why it's not being named. I recognize Limbic Entertainment, but I couldn't tell you what they've worked on. Yeah, let's see if we click the corporate profile of it, maybe we can get a general idea of what they've made. They've made Park Beyond. Okay. And 4 years ago, Bandai acquired a minority stake in Limbic Entertainment. So they may never have really owned it completely. No, 3 years ago they acquired a majority stake in it, which is effectively acquiring it completely. And then 1 day ago. So how quickly it turned to them acquiring the majority of the stake in it, then a year later Park Beyond being announced, launching June 16th, 2 years ago. Yeah, or September 29th, 2 years ago. So I'd assume Park Beyond did not do well. If we scroll further back, seems like maybe they were involved with the Tropico 6 Switch version, Memories of Mars, but it doesn't seem like there's too much other things that they have been really involved in. And it doesn't really seem like a major company to have invested in during that time frame. Let's see. No Rest for the Wicked Early Access Together update launches January 22nd. Open beta tests are now available. Yeah. Should watch this trailer. But I also want to take a break. So, how do we handle that? Well, this is a 21-minute trailer, rated M for mature. Alright, let's do an experiment here. I'm gonna run off to the bathroom and just let this trailer play. And we'll see what happens. Yeah, it's gonna be a lot of people talking to the screen, almost certainly. Okay, so I don't want to sit here for another 10 minutes watching this. And yeah, I imagine that experience is not better than playing Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel. Which, yeah, at least the audio plays in Yu-Gi-Oh! Master Duel and the action is more guaranteed. I assume there was nothing not YouTube safe in this whole stream up until this point. That would be weird for this game. But yeah. One thing I'll have to adjust is my phone has like 10% battery, so it's going to die in the middle of the stream. And I moved all of my plugs further away in moving furniture, so there is no charging USB plug anywhere near me where I'm sitting. I also found out I had turned the softness all the way up on my chair, and so that's probably the issue of it being uncomfortable. There is also definitely a major problem with too many cords on the ground, tripping hazards all over the place, going across the room. And I definitely have this weird opportunity in which it would cost me just about the same amount of money, if not less, very possibly less, for me to turn on more computers and use more electricity. Basically 400 kilowatt hours more per month, because I have a weird thing that gives me a credit if I go over 1,000 kilowatt hours, and this month I managed to only do 600. So yeah, although weirdly that also means that the price is about the same things. Alright, so this is a good point to end this trailer. Yeah, I don't think I have much to say about No Rest for the Wicked, though, particularly with its multiplayer element. We can see that it's early access. It says it's single player, but I think they're putting out an update for co-op. I guess maybe I should put it on the follow list, but I'm not really thinking I'd want to play it. I didn't even really love Ori and the Blind Forest enough to go and play Ori and the Will-O-Wisps, which that was a game I think that came out this year and did not make it into people's minds when the end of the year awards happened. Moving on, 2 Point Museum X Revenge of the Savage Planet collaboration update is now available. Which, yeah. There's another weird collab, but I guess 2 Point Museum in particular, if they're going to have any collabs, they probably all are going to be weird. Yeah. I can definitely feel my seat cushion, my air inflator pressure alternating cushion is actually working now, so at the softest setting it was apparently not doing anything that I could see or feel. You can see 2 Point Museum is overwhelmingly positive, but probably not my style of game. I could probably say that for a lot of games on my wish list. I would play them if there was just like a huge demand, if I was a big enough YouTuber and there's enough fandom. Sure, but I just don't know if even then I'd really pick that. Moving on, Power Wash Simulator 2 DLC Adventure Time Pack is being announced, due out in the spring of 2026. You have this recognizable character that's like a Game Boy. You weirdly have what looks like a topless painting that I think they've left some grime there to censor. I wouldn't have thought Adventure Time went into the realm of lewd, but yeah, I haven't actually watched it, although it would probably be something worth one sit through to watch, particularly if I was not paying too much attention to it. Let's just watch this announced trailer. It's only 17 seconds. I have been watching Pluribus, as in from E Pluribus Unum, out of Mini 1, is what that translates from Latin to English. And yeah, I think there's probably a subtle commentary, a meta commentary of alcoholism, and so the slight spoilers here that you could apply to the overall series from what I've seen of the episodes that are out, and that you could certainly look at the whole show as the main protagonist is in the middle of an alcoholic delirium and just dreaming everything up that's happening there. I gotta turn off these NVIDIA ads. Not only I turn them on, but not only are they boring and never interesting me, but they also are now intrusive. Come on. There we go. Turn off all notifications from the NVIDIA app, including notifications of new graphics drivers, because frankly I don't care if there's new graphics drivers. I'll install them when I get ready to install them. The more interesting thing as far as Pluribus, which it's weird that they're using the word Pluribus, because Pluribus would be the word many, not one. Unum is as in uno, as in one, would be the one, and so Pluribus is spelled with a number 1 instead of the I, but yeah, I guess Unum didn't sell as well. But yeah, if you take the metatextualism of it being an alcoholic analogy or delirium out, which would be the kind of thing that writers would think was clever and as a twist, and then I would just be ultimately disappointed in, because it's pretty obvious, and then look at it more as just a straight story of aliens sending a signal and then it creating a virus that infects all of humanity and connects all of humanity into one hive mind. Not very much different from that Rick and Morty episode. In fact, almost exactly the same as that Rick and Morty episode. Then you really are just following characters who are immune to the virus, or basically one character who's immune to the virus, dealing with this new hive mind society and the overall ramifications of what the hive mind society acts like and thinks like, and the overall assumptions that you have to make as to why the aliens would have sent this signal. It seems pretty obvious to me, and they haven't shown any indication that they've revealed anything like this, but again, potential spoilers, this is just my speculation, that the aliens from far, far away broadcast a signal wide that turns this hive mind into a pacifist hive mind that won't eat even food, won't pick fruit from a tree, won't grow rice. Although it seems like they could probably grow rice, they just won't harvest rice. So within 10 years, they're all going to starve to death. Meanwhile, they're also being directed by some natural imperative to infect the remaining people who aren't infected and create a giant antenna to send a signal to other planets. And they are increasing efficiency and just taking all the resources of Earth and seemingly optimizing it and storing it in central locations. So the virus perhaps isn't so much an invasion force in my speculative thought, but a pre-invasion force where aliens could send this signal to all kinds of planets in every direction. Anyone smart enough to receive the signal, and there was a Star Trek episode like that where somebody sent a mine that looked like a probe, and the probe asked a bunch of questions, and if you answered all the questions right, then the mine would explode and blow up your planet. They were effectively defending themselves against potential future attacks by attacking first and blowing up planets of a certain level of intelligence. But they didn't want to waste mines, so they wouldn't blow up planets just full of idiots that couldn't answer the complicated questions that the probe was asking. In pluribus, anyone that could interpret the sequence of RNA would have been wise enough to be a threat to any aliens. So then they make the virus infects humans and turns them into a force that will naturally shut down any resistance and coordinate all resources for aliens to land on the planet, take over the planet, take the resources and leave. And they won't even have to deal with the hive mind because all they have to do is wait 10 years, where they are from many, many more than 10 years of distance away. So they can sweep in on the planet perfectly. And the hive mind is effectively an evolutionary dead end. They have seemingly, it seems like, no new creativity. They can't create new things. It's maybe an analogy to AI itself. You could certainly make that comparison. But yeah, they can't create new things. They don't really have any reason to have children because they're already starving due to their pacifism. So why make new children? There's no random thought. There's no challenge given to the society for society to have to create new scenarios to overcome. They are stagnant, effectively. They are panda bears, I guess is the best comparison, where they've just gotten lazy and incapable of keeping themselves alive. They're not even, like, if there's such a hive mind ever was to really occur, you would think they would want to at least deal with mosquitoes, which would be an easy solution to their problem. If they could simply cross the line of eating mosquitoes and capturing mosquitoes to eat, then we could get rid of mosquitoes, which is the #1 killer of humans, and solve their protein issue for a while. Then they certainly could think of some other things. Generally, I could think of a hive mind society where it was a rite of passage at like 18 years old that you then are offered the opportunity to join the hive mind, but before then you're simply left outside to create new ideas and think different ways and be artistic and bring something to the hive mind when you join, or for them to have people who would leave the hive mind and then rejoin it to and fro. But yeah, the general idea of one computer or one hive mind all thinking in unison is silly. And weirdly, they seem like they are way too nice, whereas I would think a hive mind of all the humans on the planet would probably be closer to something like the Joker, half rage, half hate, half anger, not just full of love. it is, I think, ridiculous to believe that humanity has so much more love in them that they would turn into angels instead of turning into devils. So yeah, that's my speculative thought as far as Pluribus goes. I'm not sure the story really even cares to answer those things. It definitely is a small cast and feels very much inspired by something like Severance. But then again, that has nothing to do with video games, so let's move on. Kind of rambling here. Power Wash Simulator. Adventure Time. DLC also speaks to a target audience of being a little older for Power Wash Simulator, since I don't think Adventure Time is super common and popular. And pretty much I think at this point both Nickelodeon and Cartoon Network are dead. Like, they exist on cable. I don't know how many people actually watch cable, but I just don't think that they're going to ever have another breakout hit or give new animators another chance, a good chance. And you're much better off trying to make a cartoon for Netflix or Amazon Prime, or Disney Plus, obviously, if you can get away with that. I also watched, I think just the first episode was available for Fallout 2. Those episodes are fairly long. And half of the Fallout Ghoul log, which is just a Fallout version of a Yule log, playing Christmas music that's slightly different and slightly off from what real Christmas music would be. But yeah, it's like 2 hours of just looking at a log and hearing Christmas music like any other Yule log video. So after about 40 minutes of that, I had had enough. I was playing Balatro at the same time. As far as Fallout 2 Season 2, it's so far so good. Perhaps moving a little too fast, moving in a different direction and a different focus. The first season was on that cold fusion focus, which was a weird thing that I don't think ever has shown up in the actual Fallout games. What Season 2 is now focused on is a different technology to control people, a chip in the back of the neck of people that, again, I'm not sure there was ever such a thing like that. They're slave callers, and maybe that's what they're doing here, is that they're getting away from using the phrase slave and them just being callers for TV. They also are getting away from the name New Vegas. Now, maybe in the timeline, New Vegas hasn't been called New Vegas yet, but what they are teasing for Season 2 definitely seems like you're going to be dealing with Caesar, and you've already seen the Cons and Mr. House. So it definitely seems like it should be in the timeline of New Vegas. And if anything, it just seems like more spitefulness as far as Bethesda not being happy that New Vegas, not made by Bethesda, is way more popular and way more talked about than in Fallout 3 or Fallout 4, which were made by Bethesda. So, yeah, they are calling Las Vegas, Las Vegas. But, yeah, I don't know if there's too much more to really say there. Like, it does feel like some sections of New Vegas, which New Vegas really isn't that diverse or big, are going to only be shown in the trailers as kind of animations instead of actually being shown in the show. Yeah. And yeah, I guess I just really don't have too much to say about it for a single episode. It was a lot of recap. I think the front recap was like 20 minutes. It felt like maybe it was only 15. But yeah, a lot of recap of the previous season. So I feel like anybody who went back and watched the first season probably got screwed by that recap and would have just skipped over it. And then been fairly disappointed with the rest of the episode not doing too much. Let's move on. Pop Slinger Volume 2 Loveless is now available for PS5 and is coming to the Xbox Series in Q1 of 2026. Okay. I assume this is some kind of rhythm game? Nope, it's a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up game by the tags. Let's see. Is this really a side-scrolling shoot-'em-up game? Weirdly seems like it is. What did people think about Pop Slinger 1? Let's open that in a new tab and see. Mostly positive from 2022, but only 26 reviews. Kind of makes it hard to say it's worth playing. And that always creates a weird situation where you potentially have an older game that gets a sequel somehow, and then maybe the sequel is seen by more people. Yeah. Maybe not. It's kind of the old way in which things used to be done too, is that the second game in a series was what got people's attention, and then people would go back and seek out the first game and then generally find that the first game was somewhat smaller and not as polished as the second game, but still probably worth playing. Loco PS5 open beta test is now available. Help Loco and his brother overcome the evil Google Corporation. We have a trailer here, and why does this game need an open beta? Yeah, it seems to me like it's a co-op single player type experience. We see a lot of voxel based imagery. So it kind of feels a little Minecrafty, but what you're actually doing here doesn't feel that Minecrafty. I would say it feels more Robloxy than anything. Yeah, and this is just kind of all over the place as far as different gameplay styles. Yeah. So this is one of those cases where I'm not particularly impressed by the game. Voxel art style never really catches my attention, and the whole experience there is inconsistent. Definitely feels like a game that could be completely changed. You could change the protagonist, you could change the setting, you could change the meaning, and it would still look just about the same. Let's see, we have the Famitsu sales from the 8th to the 14th updated. Switch 2 sales continue to boom. So at least in Japan, Switch 2 sales are high. When's the first time we're going to see any non-Nintendo game even in the top 30? Wow, did we have another clean sweep? No. We have Octopath Traveler 0 in the 25th spot, and Microsoft Flight Simulator in the 26th spot. And did I miss anything else? Nope. So yeah, at least in Japan, software sales very high for Switch. Hardware sales also very high for Nintendo. And the story has been said so many times now, it's kind of pointless to repeat it. Nobody really talking about Mario Kart World these days. See, the Relic First Guardian launches May 26, 2026. It is a dark fantasy action RPG game. Let's watch this trailer and see if we can get a better thing. Interesting how the ESRB rating there says likely mature 17 plus, which all trailers probably should say likely or trailer. Likely makes more sense though, because it implies that's the rating for the game and not a specific rating for the trailer, which rating the trailer or having your trailer be different than the actual game is kind of silly. So big blob monster. Let me just make sure my phone is not dead. Yep, still alive. So you got a magic guy, and that's all we see from it. And all we really were shown there is something that looks a lot like a Dark Souls-like game. This is one of those cases where having different screenshots helps a decent amount. It still very much looks like a Dark Souls-like game, and almost certainly is a Dark Souls-like game, but it is certainly showing a lot more in still than what was being shown in that trailer. See, Grid Legends Deluxe Edition is coming to Switch 2 in early of 2026. I assume this is a racing game. It's only 30-second trailer, so we'll quickly look at it. It's questionable how good something on the Switch 2 would look in motion. It's kind of easy to make cars look good when they're static and still and there's only one on the screen and no real background. You can see on the Steam version that it's very positive in the last 30 days. Alright. I don't know how many more racing games I really would feel the need to play or cover unless they've got something very special going on with them, which racing games tend not to try to do anything unique or special. They just try to be realistic and play within their small differences, tracks and circuits and things like that being different, locations being different. Let's see, Yakuza Kiwami 3 and Dark Ties details the Miyazato Dojo, Bad Boy Dragon, Substories, and Underground Fight Club. Which, okay. That's probably a lot of details for people who are interested. And again, yeah, looking at just such a giant screen, this image looks very, very pixely. Yeah. Of course, somebody looking at this on a phone is probably getting the exact opposite situation where everything looks pretty sharp and pretty good. It's a delicate balance, certainly. I am noticing here, it seems like they are going with more female Yakuza characters too, which I'm not sure that the previous Yakuza series really have engaged in that. And yeah, typically in Yakuza movies and TV shows, it tends to be mostly guys and maybe one girlfriend on the head leaders. case, but here it seems like you're growing quite the harem of Yakuza ladies that I assume are going to fight by your side. So that may play a big whole part of the whole whole story of the game, is that you are just building up a squad. Yeah. It doesn't seem like all of them are female, but maybe it is all female, I don't know. Seems like maybe almost all of them are. It's going to give the character some more screen time, certainly. It's funny that they're just being called baddies. That's a weird term to settle on. You can paint the cars and do tattoos and stickers on their outfits. I wonder if this is literally a Yakuza game for girls, that they are attempting to make it more female friendly. In some weird way. I think that would be strange, to say the least, but possible that that's what they're going for. Yeah. It does seem like there's just a lot of room for weirdness. Lots and lots of room for weirdness, and a lot of scrolling down here. I wasn't really expecting to scroll down that much. One Piece Pirate Warriors series sales have topped 10 million. Omega Force developed action series surpasses a major milestone. This is the video game, not the manga or anime, just to make certain. Let's see. Kuran Makism details base facilities and several other elements. This is another one of these Disgaea Universe games, I think is the series I'm thinking of, is Disgaea. Although it may not actually be in the universe of Disgaea, and may just have that same art style that this developer uses for every game they make. That unique mascot penguin character. Yeah, I think the penguin is called Penny or something. Should probably know. That's a very lewd outfit we've got there, so maybe we should stop scrolling at this point. Plus, I really don't care too much about this game. Trails of the Sky second chapter announced for PS5, Switch 1 and 2, and PC. Yeah. I am very much adopting a system here that if anything looks like it's getting lewd, I'm going to stop looking at it and move on. It's not likely going to save me against the AI detection robots of YouTube if they're out to delete my channel. They're out to delete my channel and probably many people's channels. But yeah, heck, it's something. It's something to try and do, at least. Theoretically, YouTube says they consider the amount of the level of something, or the amount of something is on the screen, but in reality, I think it just depends on the attitude of the person looking at it. at the time, more than anything else. Final Fantasy Pixel Remaster series, as sales have topped 6 million, 1 million units sold since March. Okay. That's probably to be expected. Beyblade X Evo Battle is coming to the Switch 2 on December 18th. It's a 1,000 yen upgrade from the Switch version. Guess we don't have anything else to say there. You can see it's rated very positively on Steam. It's been out since November 13th. And so I can go ahead and put that on the wish list. Although, I don't know if I really would ever play this game. I guess it is nice though that it doesn't have in-app purchases. So you can just buy the Ultimate Edition for a massive $70 and be done with it if you're a fan enough of Beyblades to want to play Beyblade X Evo Battle. I don't know what the X specifically designates though, as far as how that's different from regular Beyblade, or if that's just the most recent anime. See, the jockey racing game Full Stride launches in Q1 of 2026 for the PS5 and PC. Which, will this actually support English? It says it will. That'll be interesting to see if that actually gets a lot of reviews. Hyrule Warriors Age of Imprisonment version 1.0.3 update is now available. Phantom Ganon feature, forbidden difficulty level, new quests and challenges. Okay. I kind of feel like Hyrule Warriors is one of the few games that's actually getting significant updates and support on the Switch or on Switch 2, whereas plenty of other games could get updates to make up for the lack of new games at the moment. I just don't think they will. Alright, that's going to bring us to gaming on Linux, and I think when we get to gaming on Linux we're going to see no duplicates open, so I'm not sure what the difference there is. Let's see, the winter sale is live for the Steam Awards, with the Steam Awards open for voting. Let's see if they have any top picks under 20, I guess, pounds. Let's see, No Man's Sky, Cyberpunk 2077, Warhammer 40k, Rogue Trader, The Wandering Village, and Hollow Knight Silksong. Top picks under $10 is Dredge, Cult of the Lamb, Peak, Mouthwatching, and Megamonk. Not a very long list, but could be somewhat helpful. We didn't actually watch this winter sale trailer. You can see them. This came out a while ago. Some of these games are older, some of these games are kind of garbage, like Borderlands 4. There's two voices talking here. One trying to rhyme, the other threatening to buzz her if she does rhyme. So apparently they rhymed in previous winter sale trailers. This is, I think, the first time in a while though that the two hosts, for lack of a better yeah, it seemed like they were pretty much shifting to only the female presenter. Neither one were on screen, being the presenter slash host for Steam. I guess the male character showed up in voice, at least, for this winter sale. I don't know if we have anything new to say about Clair Obscura Expedition 33 and its thank you update. It would be more interesting, I would say, if they'd come up on the stage wearing custom outfits that they actually wear at the beginning of the expedition, instead of the striped French outfit that I think really is just in the prologue section of the game. Each of those outfits are uniquely different and yet have similar styles. But again, I still think it would be better if they'd come up at the Video Game Awards wearing suits and black dresses and ties and fancy dress type stuff. Let's see. Firefox developer has clarified there will be an AI kill switch that says you can turn off all the AI features that they have already integrated, plus could integrate in the future into Firefox and want to integrate into the future. There is that danger point, certainly, where Firefox usage has been decreasing and they want to increase usage, not decrease it, but perhaps the best thing they could do is just stay true to what they were as a browser and just stay where they are. Like, but yeah, CEOs don't keep their jobs by saying we should keep everything the same. They keep their jobs by trying to grow. And so trying to grow and potentially shrinking instead is better than staying the same or shrinking less. I don't think any of the features that Firefox could really integrate are actually much AI, as much as just AI branding. Here we have Arc Raiders, which is not on my follow list because it's an online player versus player game, and I just never would play it. See, there we got a duplicate tab, and I don't know why. Then here we have Dispatch being listed, which is already on the wish list. Let's see, NVIDIA releases a Linux driver version 590.48.01. It is no longer a beta and fixes a few bugs, it seems. I'll leave it at that. Kingdom Come Deliverance. I think some of these pages are being opened because they were nominated for the Game of the Year Steam Awards. Yep, this is that same article. Silk Song. Yep. Things just some weird order. Yeah, each of these games listed to a Steam page. So we probably, because we're getting duplicates again, I don't know why, even for the Steam, the Gaming on Linux articles. So we're probably going to now see those same games open up again here. Yeah, that definitely seems like that's the case. We've had quite a few horror, weird games lately. They definitely feel like they've thrived a little bit more because of the lack of major AAA games coming out. Alright, almost done. I'd be a little afraid to play something like No Man's Sky. I'd just be afraid it would take up way too much time and not actually make very good footage in the process. Alright, let's see, that's probably my phone dying at that point. Mesa 25.3.2 brings more bug fixes for open source Linux graphics drivers, which, okay, nice. See, they're continuing to improve things. Not sure if there's anything majorly changed there. Cyberpunk 2077. Yeah, I think at this point that game has lost any relevancy, and playing it without some kind of censorship patch. Maybe there are settings inside where you could make it YouTube family friendly, but I question if you really can. And so I'd be scared to play it on YouTube at this point. Which this is the problem with self-censorship, is that really all YouTube has to do is smack down a small percentage of content creators, and it will terrify all the other content creators to self-censor, which is very much where I am at this point. So I would definitely play Cyberpunk 2077 and cover it if I felt like I was living in the free speech bastion of a world. Unfortunately, we are not. Here's that game Curse Mark that they updated the Mesa drivers for. It's apparently coming soon. Yeah, we're seeing the same game over and over again. Let's see, continuing to make things weird, 2 Point Museum and Revenge of the Savage Planet do crossovers. Yeah. Now that I figured out what's wrong with my cushion, I think I probably need to add the extra cushion. Or make some adjustments still. Here's the trailer for 2 Point Museum X Revenge of the Savage Planet. Joke quote there. I guess I do have a certain thought that I probably need to investigate and research more, as far as, are people who make these crossovers probably wasting their time? Just in the sense that the game developers who are making these crossovers and making this art and this content, are they perhaps better off making DLC that is better for their own game, to improve their own game, or to be working on the next game? Which, yeah, I don't really have an answer to that question, but it is a question perhaps worth researching and looking into and forming an opinion on. Arriving next year, Dune Awakening Chapter 3 is sounding great. So there apparently have been two chapters to Dune Awakening already. I really don't know enough about Dune to know how much of this looks canonically accurate. Well, the overall world looks weird. Doesn't really feel like there's a lot of game here. And they're calling it Chapter 3, but it doesn't feel like it's an actual story-based game. They're talking about like Tier 6 gear. This feels way too much like Destiny. I don't know why they're bothering to even shoot at people when it's pretty obvious you have a shield on you. Apparently there is a main story. So there is a story here, but they took a lot of time talking about the rest of the game. Now, how long is this? It's almost done. I can't help but feel like they really just want to do everything, and perhaps the problem as to why that's an issue is because there just haven't been enough Dune games made in the past. Whereas it feels like you could probably have as many, if not at least half as many, Dune games that have been made as Star Wars games that have been made, and then certain Dune games can focus on one aspect and certain Dune games can focus on another aspect, where this feels too much like Destiny, just and too random as far as different gameplay focuses and elements. Of course, I'm not a huge Dune fan. Can't really say I'm a fan at all, just because I haven't watched the movies or read the books. So, yeah, for Dune fans, it seems like it's going pretty well. Single player with online co-op, no in-app purchases, uses BattleEye DLC, DRM. Yeah, and I assume it's going to be finished as far as content goes, and eventually it isn't going to just try and drag itself out like Destiny does. Moving on, Total War 3 Kingdoms gets a Good Old Games release along with various DLC. Okay, we'll leave it at that. I don't think. Well, we should probably watch the launch trailer. It's only a minute long, just so we have a general idea of what the actual game is. For all I know, this could be a massive beat 'em up game, or it could be a strategy game. Yeah, it's hard to tell. Yeah, it feels like that was actual gameplay footage, and this is all just cutscenes. Yeah. And they said this was all in engine, but the cutscene engine is technically an engine also, and can be a completely different engine than the gameplay engine. Audio kind of cut off abruptly at the end there. Let's see, the excellent Bollocks Pit is getting 3 major updates. 3 content upgrades are planned to be released free during 2026 and containing new balls, new evolutions, new buildings, new characters, and a promise of even more things when, not that far off actually, updates will arrive in January, April, and then July. Which contrasts to Balatro. I don't think Balatro has added any new content, and I think that was a huge mistake. The second people started getting hyped about Balatro, they should have probably sped up and hired some more people to create some kind of new set of cards, upgrades, or something. Easier difficulty wouldn't have been a bad move either. So yeah, when we actually look at Total War 3 Kingdoms on Steam, it says it's a strategy, turn-based strategy game. So yeah, this is the actual game, and the vast majority of the cutscenes and screenshots here are, I assume, cutscenes. Bollocks bit, overwhelmingly positive, and probably as discounted as you're going to get it anytime soon. So if I was really into the idea, I would grab it now. Although it would make a lot more sense to look at Vampire Survivors and see how discounted that is. Which, yeah, I could complete my collection with Balatro and get Vampire Survivors for $3.37. Moving on, we're almost done at this point. Let's see, Rogue Legacy's developer's next game is Neath, an Eldritch roguelike tactical RPG, which definitely is different than just making Rogue Legacy 3, but in fairness, do you really think the creator wants to make a third game of Rogue Legacy for as long as it's taken them to make Rogue Legacy 1 and 2? And I definitely didn't hear as many people excited about Rogue Legacy 2. I generally do feel like the better move is to only make 2 games in a series and then move to a different series and wait 4 to 8 years plus before you would return to a series. The idea of trilogy games has shown way more failures than successes in the long run. So yeah, a single game, if it's really popular, a sequel, that'll take you 8 years, take a break, come back at a 10-year anniversary of the second game being released, or the 10-year anniversary of the first game being released, which would be like 4 years likely on average, just guessing, after the second game is released, if it takes you exactly 4 years to make a game and release it. So Neath definitely looks different, but also feels somewhat simplistic for something being described as an Eldritch roguelike tactical RPG. I guess tactical is the key phrase there to pay attention to. Full Stride, we've already talked about. The zombie horde shooter World War Z is getting a big Walking Dead DLC. Interesting. We'll just leave it at that, I guess. World War Z is rated very positively. Is it a thing you can play single player? Yes, but it also has online PvP, so I'm not sure how big of a focus there is. A few thousand people playing it, which isn't huge numbers. I would assume World War Z is a better experience than the movie. Let's watch this trailer and get a general idea of what the game is like. I wouldn't be surprised if this isn't basically just a modern take on Left 4 Dead. And it's amazing how very much The Walking Dead is now the AMC TV series and is completely been surpassed. The comic book has been completely surpassed by the TV series and its spin-offs. Well, if this is Left 4 Dead, it's a very different Left 4 Dead. I don't think the comparison's particularly fair. There's a lot more zombies here, and it looks like there's a lot less of trying to really go from point A to B as much as there is a focus on maybe just standing your ground. I don't feel like those models of those characters look particularly amazing. Also, in Left 4 Dead, there was a level of saving your friends, and I don't see anything like that being promoted and focused on. Right, now bring us the GameDeveloper.com articles. FIFA Netflix partner for a new soccer game. It is an interesting screenshot pic they have here. I don't feel like the female soccer games are anywhere as well attended or watched as the male soccer games, but in fairness, I think compared to NBA versus WNBA in the United States, the difference in the gap may be much smaller, whereas almost nobody seems to be watching WNBA games in the United States compared to the number of people who watch NBA games. I really just have to say the same thing as I said before. I just question how much of a game anything for Netflix is really going to be. Them signing a deal with FIFA is an ambitious start. That's pretty much all we can say. Tencent and Sony reached a confidential settlement on the Ryzen cloning lawsuit. Light of Moitrim has been pulled from stores while the parties have reached a confidential settlement. The current state of Light of Moitrim is unknown. And so this is another great example also of lost media, as it were. Anybody who didn't download this game, and if it required any kind of online servers, DRM, and those get shut down, it's going to be very difficult to preserve this game that may have been infringing copyright but still existed and thus historically should be preserved for one reason or another. But yeah, society's history takes a back seat in the law to following copyright law and capitalism in general. So yeah, it's funny how governments prioritize things. Theoretically, I guess the original source code might be submitted as evidence, but not likely, really. Almost never is it the case that in these lawsuits, original source code in its totality in a functional state is submitted as evidence. Yeah, and the Library of Congress in the United States at least doesn't care about backing up software. So it's not like the Library of Congress would have 2 copies of or even one copy of the Light of Motoram. It's kind of pointless to even try and figure out how to pronounce it right when it's likely gone forever. Alright, well that's going to bring all the new games on Steam. Let's look through these very quickly. Again, when I swipe this way, I'm leaving the tab open to make a YouTube short on it. When I'm swiping this way, I'm closing the tab. Are we literally going to have 2 of every single game on Steam too? Oh, I think that is the case. This is going to suck. If I'm really interested in a game, I'll put it on the follow list also. I also have not been willing to put any more effort into trying to fix the slideshow back to the way it was before they changed Steam's website, where I had sped up the slideshow speed so it would go around these images much faster. Yeah, I really haven't done a lot of the tweaks I was planning on doing. This is a VR game. First time I'll give a chance to. Put it on, close the duplicate. Path of the tank. It's going to be no. Napoleon 1813. This might be a really old game. Not sure. Also, I kind of don't care. Doesn't look good. Raccoon. Looks like it might be something. Polygon VR is probably nothing. Yeah. It's been a while since I'm trying to think of the name of that software that was pretty popular. Second Life? Yeah. It's been a long time since anybody has said the word Second Life, or I've thought of Second Life. There definitely have been other games that have tried to try to be like Second Life, but I don't think they really got anywhere with it. Yeah, I really don't like these polygonal looking art styles. Might be something here. Murder mystery game. It's always the hope that I get through. Sorry, I'm yawning. Yeah, it's always the hope that I get through all these games very quickly and get through these streams very quickly. We've gone 4 hours just because we're actually looking at the trailers. I guess that is the thing I have zoned in on and realized is the thing that's an issue. Yeah. I don't think a game like this really needs to be episodic. And Escape Room Camper seems like it's just an asset flip game. Pretty, but more than likely just flipping assets to look pretty. Letterfall looks like it's potentially an interesting horror game. Yeah. Would now be the best time to actually have a Um, flawless cleanup is what I was going to say there. Yeah. Chess versus checkers. That's an intriguing thought. Probably not really the best time for flawless cleanup, though. And this is the first game that actually looks highly polished. There's just a level of visuals when you see a bigger color palette and unique characters and a full heads-up display menu and everything like that. It just feels like there's a bigger experience. Yeah. I can never really tell about these horror games, so give that a chance. Smash Hit Museum. Yeah, seems like it's a game where you smash stones. So it's kind of like a digging mining game without the actual digging mining aspect. I don't think that would really become popular, but you never know. Dungeon Fall here looks too generic. We have something just PIS. This looks inspired by an anime, Habani Rinmei, I believe it was the name of it. From the maker of Serial Experiments Lane 2. Habani Rinmei was based off of a short story, I think, of a Japanese novelist who had a dream and just kind of wrote what the dream was about. So it is very much this surreal experience that doesn't really have much of a meaning that you can derive from it, or you can derive your own meaning from it, certainly, but you're not going to get a canonical meaning. Which, yes, that could be very irritating. Yeah, to a viewer if they're not not open to that kind of story. Particularly in the West, you have a lot of rather bad movie makers and TV makers who claim there's a meaning in the story, but really there just isn't. We have a German-only point-and-click adventure. I like the art style. I didn't know you could... Well, I guess you can do this, because this is just an animated GIF that is taking a larger image and panning over. It's not actually panning over. It's just showing us what a panned video animated GIF would look like. Yeah. No, I wouldn't hate more games in this art style. Point and clicks, I think, work particularly well in this art style. Definitely has a German punk era movement feel to it. Yeah. Only available in German. I'm gonna put down a fall list. My German's not good enough to actually play a game in German, but you know, it's possible I could probably auto-translate it, though. Some kind of a horror escape room game. Is it going to support English? It says it is. I won't bother to make a YouTube short on it though. Food Card Inc. Is this something worth showing? Sure, we'll be generous. I'll say no to that one. 10-second dash. Looks like a dashing game. English not supported. Particularly as we are in the last couple of weeks of December, the Christmas holiday. There is definitely a possibility that we'll see very few Western targeted games and a lot more Japanese targeted games. Looks like we've got a quiz game with a character host. Quiz time, Guinness World Records edition. That's interesting. That might give some more that might give some more realisticness to the quiz questions and quality to the game overall. Although that's putting a lot of faith in the Guinness World Records of modern time being anything than just a generic book publisher and gimmick book publisher at that. The Guinness Book of World Records also acquired the major speedrunners website and was looking to be more about video game speedruns, and I think got quagmired by just the massive amount of cheating and controversies that are at the very least accused, if not confirmed, by many speedrunners. Although I will mention Billy Mitchell's name only to say it seems like the accusations against him are less and less certain as time goes on, as people make more and more outrageous allegations against him, and more of the story gets potentially revealed in court cases than through YouTube content creators who are just looking for views and clicks. Ghost Deliverer. Well, support English, there might be something here. That King of Kong documentary, I think, probably led too many people to side one way and always against Billy Mitchell, which, yeah, he's not doing himself too many favors by being the way he often is. We're seeing a lot of hidden object games today. Also, a lot of horror games. Yeah, horror games in particular just don't seem to be in any way limited to October. For as much as people complain about Christmas music showing up in November, if you hate horror games, you are going to have a lot of extra work you have to do to avoid them throughout the entire year. some pop. Alright, I'll give this a chance. It's probably nothing. Certainly does not speed up the whole process, though, when you're going through 2 copies of every game. I think we might be close to being done, though. Legendary Tomb Digger. Don't think there's really a game here, but I'd be interested to be proven wrong. Feels asset flippy. Space ladders. I did find out on my Discord you cannot like rewrite the description of a forum in Discord. So yeah, I had a whole bunch of memes in one particular forum in which I was dumping most of the memes. I could rename it to the meme dump pile, but I could not change the general description. But yeah, I don't think my Discord is getting particularly flooded with bad organization, but it's also the meme section in particular, which is the vast majority of content, is in need of a resorting maybe next year. Just really building it up right now. I probably don't follow anywhere near as enough people's Discords, but it has been fairly slow in the past few weeks too. It doesn't really feel like a place I need to check every day, which at this point the place I check every day is just my own memories of things I posted on Facebook to move the Discord, and then Reddit I check multiple times a day, and slickdeals.net for sales, which is a different thing. But yeah, I'm not going to Twitter at all. I haven't actively looked at Twitter in probably a year. I'm not going to too many other or any other sites. Which, yeah, I'll assume this game is accurate in its description. So I'll look at that later. Kingdomscape. Yeah. I also doubt we're going to see a lot of adult games at this point. Yeah. You would have a pretty unique schedule if your Christmas break is free enough that you're playing lewd adult games. Not that it doesn't happen, certainly, but I'd say most people don't have that kind of extra time. I'm really tired of seeing things being labeled as cozy. The phrase has been played out. We probably, in the next 4 to 6 months, will start to see anti-cozy games as the next thing, whether they are literally called anti-cozy games and are designed to not be cozy or to poop on the concept of coziness, or whether they are going to just be a different kind of experience. This is a plug-in app, not really a game. Level editor for musical VR experience. Don't think there's enough here for a game, but being forced to look at it twice, I'll still put it on the fall list. Rebels Under the Spell of Magic, Chapter 5. Interactive fiction visual novel. I don't know why I'm putting visual novels on the fall list at this point. 2. Primos Hermanos. I think it's Prime Brothers. Looks not that interesting. Casino simulation game. I'm gonna say this doesn't look polished enough. Retro golf. But I want to play a retro golf game. No, I don't think so. Retro Golf Mania. Of course, having to look at everything twice, I'm really just doubling the odds of me changing my mind and highlighting everything. Which I actually need to actually make YouTube shorts, which that is one of the thoughts, certainly, is that maybe I'll do some programming to make some YouTube shorts. Biomenace Remastered. Interesting thumbnail here. I suspect this may be a open source game. Because the Biomenace game I'm thinking of looks a lot like this, but doesn't have this skin on it. So this might have been a mod of a different game. I don't know. I think also somebody might be ringing my doorbell. Like my smart bookshelf light has been having trouble connecting to my network lately. I'm just gonna ignore it. And so I had it set up to flash different colors when the doorbell's rung, so I know that's the case. But it is kind of just like the worst case scenario if somebody was trying to reach me and that my phone is dead and my doorbell notification system would be solely reliant on a bell setting off an alarm that is all the way across to the other side of my house, and so I would barely be able to hear it, particularly wearing headphones. I have a whole bunch of electrical wiring projects and things that I'm not really making a lot of progress on, and one of them is putting in an outlet where there once was an old school doorbell transformer, and it really wouldn't be too hard to do and get done. Then I'm going to plug in a USB wireless siren in the middle of the house where it will be very much different. This is a different art style. Yeah. I'd almost want to give this art style a chance. Particularly when you start to talk about like visual novels. Like any art style in visual novel form feels more acceptable because you just don't know what the quality of the actual story is. course, you have the all-text visual novel games that I immediately dismiss just because they don't make any sense to me to exist in the first place. That if you're going to make a video game, there should be actual visual elements to it. One would assume something that you would describe as video. Let's see. Lost in transit. Even though I am wearing the glasses and it helps just a little bit, it's also nice that I can pull them up and, you know, rub my eyes, which probably is not the best thing to do, and still be able to read things or just rest my eyes a little bit. Yeah, it's really not a solution in the long run, having a 65-inch TV in front of your face. And frankly, I couldn't get much closer to it before it would just be insanely too close. Is that game loco? We have a game called On Point. I guess it's not that big a deal if somebody does miss me. Oh, coming to think of it, I know exactly what it was. Almost certainly it was a Amazon delivery that they just dropped the package and rang the doorbell. Yeah, almost certainly that's the case, so no problem there. Yeah, very often I am just asleep or don't hear doorbells anyway, so. And frankly, the chances of something great happening by you opening the door are severely outweighed by the chances of something bad happening by you opening the door. So you would just be better off never opening your door. Yeah, never responding to it. Ranch, farm, and store simulator. It's rated very positively. Apparently I've already made a YouTube short on it. Yeah. The Corpse Party series of games, I wanted to mention this. Most recent game was told that it was not going to be allowed on Steam, so Steam doing more censorship stuff. Apparently, it also had a couple of anime series and a couple live action series. I happened to just come across. This is a different type of coastal cooking game. Yeah, I came across a YouTuber who was asked by a fan to recap / review the movies. Yeah, I don't think the movies are particularly any better than any other Japanese live action movie, but it's interesting to know they exist, although they might be hard to find. This is a very different art style, but it might be AI. English not supported. Yeah. Yeah. Did kind of feel AI like. AI is not the only problem though. We definitely have a lot of low effort games still. We definitely have a lot of asset flip games. We definitely have a lot of garbage in general. So if we could snap our fingers and just ban all AI in game development, that only gets us back to the same situation we were before people started using AI, which was not particularly a great situation. Heart of Crown Online. I feel like there was already a game called Heart of Crown that was not online, but maybe I'm just thinking of a completely different game. Yeah, I think I am, because yeah, this definitely looks like a collectible card game. Yeah. And one of their servers just went down for a brief second there. That's what you generally can assume that happens. You see something like that. No, that's gonna be a no. How far do we think we are from being done? Well, I certainly could benefit from being done. Yeah, there's still adjustments that should happen to my seat just for this long-term hardcore sitting that I'm doing. Yeah, and I guess the question is there a way to improve this or do these streams in a different way? Not without drastically reducing what we're actually covering, which at some point maybe that would make sense if I was just not interested in covering news at all, which I am actually interested in covering news, or if I was not interested in looking at every single game, but I am interested in looking at every single game. So the warm-up section is obviously the biggest target to eliminate. I don't know, maybe there is just an idea where I should sit in a chair and ramble and do warm-up stuff, talk about it, talk about my day and what I've been doing over the past couple days, and just completely have that be lost footage. Just don't hit the record, don't hit the stream button until you're ready to move on to the next thing. It would make more sense, frankly, if instead what I did was had that be some kind of Patreon exclusive, but I don't have any patrons. That is a thought for the future, certainly, is that the warm-up sections could become patron exclusive. That might make some sense. Put some pretty low quality footage as an exclusive for people who are really into warm-up section while not really editing out stuff. I feel like we have a topless mermaid there, so I'm not going to go to the next screenshot. Find cats. Of all the cat hidden games, this one looks like it actually has some polish to it. I'm still gonna say no to finding hidden cats. This looks like an older style of visual novel. I feel like this is one of those otome novels from maybe the 90s. But no clue as to if it was released earlier or not. We have another game with a intriguing side shot of an anime girl that seems to have very little to do with the actual gameplay. Here we have yet another Sudoku game, which I don't think Steam really needs yet another Sudoku game. Plus, highlighting that really wouldn't do too much. This looks like this is an actual Mahjong game, but weirdly, once again, just feels like it's from the 90s. Are we back to 90s anime style of some sort? Maybe we are. I would be up for that, certainly. If that was the way things went and there's just a shift back to an older animation style for one reason or another. I'd almost think it would be self-censorship would be the reason, but leaving that aside, it would be cool to see people try to animate in that more anatomically accurate style that the 90s tended to have. Although I don't really suspect they know how to animate characters that way anymore. Let's see. Concubine. Interesting. Really gotta stop putting all these lewd adult games on the follow list even. Yeah. Although my new filter blurring it up, blurring everything or not showing images is a nice safety net. I don't want to lean on it too much. So yeah, I don't think we're really going to do any follow list cleanup today, but it does seem like there might have been a decent number of updates that have happened. Right, and that actually brings us to the end of the show. So that's going to be it for the stream. Hopefully everything went fine. It seems like everything went fine. As always, I ask you to like, share, subscribe, comment, and keep on watching. Thanks.